really good battle against the new ball in early season conditions. A bit of a one-handed drive in the end from Steele, fielded by Holden at backward point. A couple of wickets for Ethan Bamber opening up this morning from the Benham ends. One for Ronan Jones running up the hill from the Lake end. For Blake Cullen as well, running down the hill. Greatwood had a drop catch at backward point. And Patel was cutting hard straight to Holden. Just drifting down full and missing leg. Steele tried to help it on its way. And the 4 to go. Rory Burns caught Souter, bowled Roland Jones for a duck. Smith was caught Robson at second off Bamber for 5. Jack's LBW Bamber for 7, and Curran was bowled by Blake Cullen for 9. Live enhanced stream from Middlesex, bringing you all the home matches this summer in this 2-day pre-season match against Surrey. If you want to get involved, at Middlesex_CCC, hashtag #OneMiddlesex. Fielded again by Holden at backward point. No run. And yeah, if you want to send us a picture if you're here tuned in on Twitter or wherever you're tuned in around the world for the live stream, at Middlesex_CCC to get through. It's a beaut. Lovely ball just outside off. Great way to end the over for Greatwood. Steele remains on 20, 37 for Patel, 84 for Surrey. So you're listening to the live enhanced stream, or watching indeed, the live enhanced stream from Middlesex. Myself, Kevin Hand, delighted to stay with me after lunch. Angus Fraser, good to see you again, Gus.
Hello, Kevin. How are you?
Oh, very well. Not good to see me then.
Always nice to see you, isn't it? Hear your dulcet tones in my ear. We know that the cricket season must be upon us.
Which is worst, seeing or hearing?
Tough one, that. I suppose if I see, I don't have to hear, do I? And I hear more of you than see you. Or historically have, anyway.
Which grenade shall we start with first? Shall I throw you?
Feel free. It's all looking pretty good out there, though, isn't it?
It is. It is. How's the winter been?
Quick, as every winter seems to be.
This one seems quicker than others.
Seems to fly by. I mean, obviously, there's been a lot going on and off the field in cricket, so plenty to keep you occupied. Not just during the hours, sort of thought as well. Sort of some big issues that the game's had.
Blake Cullen from the Benham end after lunch. Yeah, Ankit Shah was on just before lunch. We'll come to that in a little while because you and he obviously are working very close now, and that was, it was nearly an hour he was sat here with me. It's an incredible listen and obviously an incredibly important one. I know that's one of your roles, but perhaps that's where to start, the changing role you have at the club now.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the winter really has been sort of, well, there's been change, obviously change of coaches, employing new coaches, a change of structure, and very much in that really, because it's not as though the sort of one day you're that position and then you've gone. You're trying to sort of a smooth handover, help people, and there's, I suppose, in a lot of ways you think whatever we do, some things are going to slip through cracks, and you're there to try and catch them before they hit the floor, really. So there's been quite a bit of work, especially before Christmas, sort of just finishing the season off, and then helping.
It's a nice little shot for a couple here, just in front of Jack Davis at mid-wicket. The turn for the second. In fact, they hold on one. Scampered work from Davis.
But again, helping Alan Coleman with his new role and bits and pieces. And it's been quieter after Christmas. It's been strange after Christmas, actually. You sort of It's the exciting part of the year. Decisions being made, preparations really sort of start gearing themselves up for the coming summer, and you're used to being in the front, middle and centre of everything, and you're suddenly finding things out from other people that it's happened, this is happening, and you're not as directly involved, and you go, oh, and then, but that's absolutely right, because it's no longer my domain as such. And Alan and Andrew, another good delivery there by Blake Coleman, making decisions. Richard Johnson coming in, and obviously Richard and Alan's relationship, and yeah, every now and then they'll come to you. You'll have a word, and but equally most of the time, quite rightly, they're getting on with it and sorting things out themselves.
What's the biggest change for you?
I suppose it has been the setting up for the season. I mean, there's a lot of work that goes. I mean, I suppose people sort of turn up in April, and everything sort of is in place. And you think it doesn't just happen. I mean, there's a lot of especially around the sort of organisation of overseas players, getting them here when they're arriving here, accommodation, travel, hotels, and all the bits and pieces that sort of that go along. And I suppose pre-season preparations, again, just the marquee that we have here, which is a magnificent facility, and again has been brilliant for the squad to train under. So it's sort of, I suppose it is just making sure that everything is in place for the season, and sort of logistically and organisationally behind the team playing out there, that things are in place, so you're not left looking foolish or embarrassed by suddenly turning up and finding out that you haven't got the right kit. Actually, thankfully, the jumpers arrived this week, which is good. So it's something like that. All of a sudden, new sponsors. Knight Frank are our main sponsors. You have to get a new load of jumpers, right and left-handed. It sounds stupid, but you've got to have different sponsors on different arms, and it's just all little bits and pieces. I think in like the COVID
attention
to detail.
I'm trying to remember if it was the COVID year or the year last year. Wasn't there a worrying wait in one of those seasons for the kit arriving just before the start of the season, either last year or the COVID year? I think it was.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a season if there wasn't some sort of panic. I mean, I always remember when you used to go around the touring with England, and you'd be turning up at a number of grounds, and they'd the 2 days before the test match, and they'd be painting the seats. So I think everywhere you go, everything is a bit lastminute.com, but certainly with certain items of kit. Oh, Toby. Again, we wait, sort of sponsors, trying to see if there's new sponsors coming along. Give yourself as much time as you can, because they've all the logos and things like that have got to be put on the kit, and it's not something that just happens overnight. When you've suddenly got 24 players with, I don't know, 7 shirts each, it's 200 shirts. And you've got jumpers that have got to be woven and everything like that. It does take time.
In terms of, I suppose we should go to it first, actually, the Ankit Shah role, because it is a big part of your job as well now, working with Ankit and working with the clubs. And he was brilliant in that last hour just before lunch, talking about the work that he's doing and the importance of it, which obviously you're heavily involved in as well.
Yes, I mean, I don't think I've had a more upsetting day than when Azim Rafiq was in front of the DCMS to see someone talk about their experiences in the game. Good shot there.
Lovely shot, 4 runs for Patel. Moves him on to 42.
To see that happen to the sport that you love and you care about was as horrifying as anything I've sort of seen happen in the game, really. And you just sat there sort of in total sympathy for Azim and the experiences that he's had, and I suppose it's a day for the game to grow up, really, and that's how I sort of looked at it. I mean, we've obviously been aware, game's aware of a changing landscape and attitudes that sort of prevailed, and conversations, and this word banter, which I've never really sort of enjoyed. I've never sort of banter. I mean, if I said something on the field, it's because I meant it, not because I was having banter with the opposition. But this sort of word banter sort of seemed to be used to sort of cover up anything, really. and they're realising that what you thought was okay is not okay, and the game's got to change, the game's got to grow up. And I suppose people quite rightly sort of talking about their experiences and how they managed it, and us as a club and the people working with the club sort of, well, what is acceptable behaviour now? And we've got to really make sure that we do everything we can to make the game as inclusive and as fair and as understanding as it should be.
I know that you worked incredibly hard on it in the manager director role. Shilberry, there was the Wisden City Cup as well. It was looking to find ways to find different players that were slipping through the system, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, I say Blake and Noble. Yeah, I mean, I suppose you look at it now, and a lot of people will think, everything everybody's doing, or certainly I can't speak for other clubs, but certainly speak for Middlesex, is just a reaction to what took place before Christmas, and it's not. I mean, Middlesex,
EDI was set up in 2020, I think it was.
Absolutely, and we've been fully aware in our club, again, of the number of British Asian players in our youth system, which is incredibly high, sort of 60-70%. It's a good shot as well.
Coming out towards us through extra cover, it's Mark Stoneman giving chase, but it'll beat him and pop over the boundary rope. Has he? Blimey.
Yeah.
Work for him. I should get up off the seat, really, shouldn't I, instead of commentating behind the TV screen.
Saved a single there. All the players have got these GPS things on their backs. Have you seen them? So they're sort of, and there's a machine over there that's sort of just by the scoreboard, just by the sort of little where the analyst sits, that sort of can pick up their running. So they're all competing against each other running. So who's got the highest for the day? So they'll all be walking off the field absolutely shattered.
So actually, in a pre-season friendly where he's done all that to save one, it does count because it's getting counted.
Yeah, no. So there's another probably 80 yards there, isn't it, that he sprinted.
But yeah, I know that was something, and speaking to Shield at the time of the Wisden City Cup, in particular, where Middlesex had a great link up with West Indies cricket and players of descent from Afro-Caribbean backgrounds. I think there's a college in particular in Middlesex, I've forgotten the name of it.
It was Haringey Cricket College was up for a while, and obviously someone like Mark Elaine came through that, obviously, who played for Gloucester for years, and there were a number of other good cricketers that came through there too.
I know that was a great frustration for both of you, the demise of that college.
Yeah, I suppose you think, well, how's it been allowed to happen? But there's funding, and I think it was independent. I don't know the true story, so it'd be sort of wrong for me to sort of comment as to why it sort of ceased to run as it would have done. But obviously, the funding for it would have that was previously there would have stopped for whatever reason. It wasn't really something that was county run. It was an independent sort of run group, as far as I'm aware. And yeah, but I mean, as a county, we've been more as aware of anybody of the fact that we needed to have more sort of Afro-Caribbean descent, British-born Asians within our professional setup because of the high numbers that are here in youth cricket. So why was the blockage? And that was something that we were looking at. We've been looking at for a number of years. So yes, some of the work undoubtedly that's taking place now is a reaction to what happened before Christmas. But as a county, Middlesex, we're attempting to do a lot of things to improve matters before then.
Obviously, was it 2008 when he came back to the county, wasn't it? End of 2008. That period, post 2000, really the turn of the century, it was really in the spotlight, wasn't it? After the Azim Rafiq hearing, because however far back you go, football, cricket, there are some very uncomfortable truths in the last century.
There have been.
But the closeness of the really harrowing part of Azim Rafiq's testimony, I found, was how close it was. And obviously this is a time where you've been involved in the game and heavily and involved in the professional setup at Middlesex. Ended the over in 95 for 4. Everybody in cricket were conducting internal reviews. There was obviously stories coming out in the papers, in the media. But for Middlesex, nothing came out in that time. and I wouldn't suggest for a moment something that Middlesex is going to take pride in, but obviously, well, to an extent, yes, the participation levels didn't reflect from academy to first team, but equally, with this appointment of Dave Burton now and a transition coach, it's about a movement forward for Middlesex. It isn't a reaction to, fortunately, something pretty nasty coming out.
I think that we've got to do more. I mean, that's the thing that comes through, and a lot of it is education and its understanding.
But likewise for Surrey, I guess. I mean, what I mean is there wasn't that incident, there wasn't that player, there wasn't that report that identified a similar treatment. Because I know that you and Ankit spoke to more than 200 ex-players.
It
was a lot anyway, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I've obviously been around and spoken to a number of players in the last few months, and I say it is very disturbing to hear some of the things that are said and some of the and how they felt. I think it's the experience of people within the setup. I mean, playing professional cricket, being involved in cricket now on a day like this at the start of an exciting summer should be the sort of highlight of your career. I mean, your most enjoyable working days of your life potentially, and the fact that they have not been as enjoyable as they should have done is something that is really upsetting. I think it was a response to Black Lives Matter. There was a programme last summer on Sky, and Mark Butcher did it, and it was about You Guys Are History. So it was Devon Malcolm and looking at the black players that have played for England, and of course I played with, not just at Middlesex.
Middlesex and England.
We had 5 black players, but equally with England there was great friends of yours: Philip de Freitas, Devon Malcolm, Chris Lewis, Gladstone Small,
Roland Butcher, former Middlesex man. Did you ever cross paths in England?
No, not for England. Well, but
is he that old?
Butch was sort of coming to the end of his career when I started. But I say Devon, Gladstone, Philip de Freitas. I mean, Ricky Alcock's still a really good friend of mine, and whilst I obviously got to know Ricky well, but I didn't know the backstory of Philip de Freitas, and that was upsetting for myself. You sort of think, well, you've spent all this time in the dressing room with each other, and how much do we? I mean, he didn't know much about me, but equally to think. I didn't realise that sort of Duffy had such a tough sort of upbringing, and his role to get into cricket was what it was. And I don't know whether that's just a dressing room environment, but it's the same. I wouldn't have known so much about Robin Smith's or I mean, aware of Alex Stewart's obviously because of his father and the family association with cricket. But I suppose it's how deep are your relationships with the players that are in your side. It's about going out there a lot of the time. And obviously trying to perform on a cricket field, and you have an idea of what they're like through conversations in the dressing room. But how much time are you really sort of spent finding about their sort of their journey to get to where they got to? And I say that was upsetting watching that sort of programme or that documentary that was on Sky TV last summer. It was brilliantly done, I must say. And again, you sort of follow that up now with where it's gone during the winter.
Yeah, I guess part of that as well that you didn't know. You say you didn't know about Daffy de Freitas. That one of the other biggest changes is psychology.
I say you knew that he came. I mean, obviously he played at Wembley and sort of with Chris Lewis on the same park near Vale Farm.
But I mean, one of the things that's changed dramatically and quite importantly as well is psychology. The player back then, it was a closed door, wasn't it? The mind. It was like you don't talk about those things. You don't share them. A lot of people, were taught, that horrible phrase, man up. Whereas now this dressing room seems quite open at Middlesex, and
I think people are encouraged to speak more. And again, I suppose the trouble with speaking more at times, you might not sort of say everything that you want to right, and you might sort of make the odd slip. But I think, this group of cricketers here in front of us for Middlesex would know each other a lot better than maybe the era that I came into.
And Stephen Eskenazi just popped his head around the tent there a minute ago, didn't he? He spoke to me last week when I was working for the BBC and did a brilliant 10 minutes with me, talking about the change in the game. And how he wants to, from the 10 years that he started to, for another 10 years when he finishes, how he wants to feel as though he's been part of a very, very big change in the sport.
Yes, yeah. And I say that the sport does evolve, doesn't it? And hopefully, well, hopefully evolution is for the better. There are going to be some setbacks along the way, obviously, but it was interesting. Sort of we chatting with a couple of former Middlesex players during the winter and about sort of Middlesex again, what it meant to play for Middlesex and what did Middlesex feel like, and the sort of this the I suppose one of the things we're looking for a lot now is sort of this togetherness, the team, a happy group of people who enjoy each other's company and obviously push each other and get the best out of each other and produce something quite sort of special in the way that winning trophies and players going on to play international cricket. And he sort of said that it was quite a selfish group. I mean, the first thing that opened then was you looked after yourself. Dressing rooms weren't as welcoming, as accommodating, because you walked through the door, you were challenging for someone else's spot, and they weren't going to help you along that. And that was suddenly, I mean, there was a line about an era of Middlesex cricketers where Middlesex were known as a two-pub club, because there were two pubs that they went to at the end of a day's play. Half of the group went to one pub outside Lords, and the other group went to another. And there was a far more sort of selfish attitude towards the group, but did that produce a tougher person? It may well have done, but then you might sort of get some credit with one hand, but you'll lose it with the others, because if it is selfish and it is you just looking after yourself, you're not going to really take a great deal of interest into why another member of your side seems pretty low. You're thinking, well, he's fighting for my spot, we compete for the same place, why should I be worried about helping him? But nowadays, thankfully, it's a lot more considerate and empathetic.
Good example, current batting coach at Middlesex, Mark Ramprakash. If the England environment was better when he first arrived into it, more supportive, selectors as well, which obviously were the same bunch you had. But for Mark Ramprakash, do you think we'd have seen the Mark Ramprakash of domestic level at international level as well if he'd have had better support?
I think he would have definitely done better, that is for sure. I mean, I say with central contracts, the security that comes with that, I think Ramps would have, and that, I suppose, the greater feeling of belonging, Ramps would have, achieved far more than he did with an international shirt on. And again, I suppose people would have understood him a bit more. I mean, Ramps put himself under a hell of a lot of pressure when he was playing cricket, and I think that was I mean, I might be wrong, he'll probably pick me up and tell me I was wrong at the end of this if he's listening to this, but I mean, he put himself under a huge amount of pressure, and when you do that, it's difficult at times to get the best out of yourself. It wasn't a lack of ability, that is for sure. I mean, technically, you're still struggling to find a batsman that's technically better than him playing cricket in the modern game now.
That's my point, is I can't imagine the support network was there for him.
No, and
in any shape.
And I suppose there wouldn't have been even a lap round the ground really with the captain or the coach to sort of say, well, what's going on here? What are you trying to do? How can we help you settle more, etc. like that? It was, that's just the way the Ramps is, he'll sort himself out type of thing. That was the way that it was looked at really. It was, but equally then people say, oh, there's no leaders. Everybody needs their hands holding all the time. In those days, it was left to you to work things out. But equally, as a side, so I'm sort of saying, whichever way you go, there's a flip side to it, which you could deem as a negative.
The flip side that I see it is for all the players that were toughened up, how many were lost as a result? How many were lost who needed that arm around back then, who would have benefited in this day and age? And it's a rhetorical question really, because it's unquantifiable. But I'd suggest an awful lot.
But again, his attitude towards injury and things like that, and the fact that, they need a bowl, bowlers need a bowl, bowlers need a bowl, all this sort of thing. Well, how many decent bowlers were forced out of the game with back injuries that were undiagnosable then, because obviously the imaging that was there didn't have CT scans and MRI scans. It was an X-ray, and if something didn't show up on an X-ray, then you were probably deemed to be sort of a bit of a wimp and a softie. We'll go out there and toughen yourself up type of thing. But now, obviously, the detection of injuries and things like that is so much more comprehensive that players are better looked after, and it's an interesting one. I mean, you sort of you look you watch how football's played now, you watch how rugby's played now. It's how it was played 30 years ago. It's quicker, faster. They're better athletes. The control, whether it's with your hands or with your feet, is better. But no, in cricket, no one still bowls as fast as they did back 30 years ago. Well, of course they do. It's almost a sport where everything has to be how it was, and I think it's just a management of people as well, and to sort of go in there and give someone who's to go in there and tell them a few home truths and give them a kick up the backside. That's not the way you manage people now. If you do that, it's like the eyes will go and you lose the players very, very quickly. So, and you look at the best football managers that are out there, your sort of Klopps and your Guardiolas and Pochettinos, and they have really strong relationships with the players, aren't they? I mean, yes, they'll obviously give them a hurry up if they're not putting their weight or they're misbehaving, but they don't go in the dressing room and read the riot act every time they've had a bad half of football, which is almost how people expect you to treat young people. I mean, again, I just think there's 30. How many men are there, or men and women between, I don't know, 18 and 35? There's tens of millions, and you've got this tsunami of sort of people with it looking to be treated in a certain way coming towards you, and you've got several tens of thousands of managers trying to say, in all walks of life, this is all sort of business, and not just cricket, but trying to treat people as they treated them in the 70s and 80s. You're not going to win that battle. They'll just walk away and say, well, I'll go and work for an employer that does know how to look after me or tries to look after me. So it's not a question of being soft and woke or anything like that. It's how it's treating people as they should be treated, which is with a bit of respect and sympathy, and we look to develop them rather than just rollick them.
Is Richard Johnson going to be Middlesex's Jurgen Klopp?
I hope so.
Will he be cheering up the 30,000 at Lords in the T20s?
He'll be going in front of the grandstand and giving 3 fist pumps after we've won a game or something like that. But just sort of going back to the start of it with the sort of the diversity and inclusion, EDI, and I think that the winter has been a real reality check for the game, a real moment where the game's got to grow up. It's got to realise, and it does. It realises that what they thought was okay before is not now acceptable, and we've got to do far more to understand where people are coming from and how we manage and work with people.
Quick single pinched in front of Ronan Jones at mid-on. 103 for 4. Patel on to 45. David Burton appointed as the inclusion coach. I think Middlesex can be a real standard bearer for English cricket at this moment, because obviously the diversity is there within the county itself, within the city. Both Ankit today and Stephen Eskenazi speak to me last week talking about Middlesex representing the most diverse community in all of Europe, really. So a chance.
Yeah, now it's something we do celebrate and something we're exceptionally proud of as a region. That there is so much diversity there, and it's a real strength. And again, I suppose it's how you look at cricket. Is it about? And I suppose you come back sort of with English cricket being looked at as the moment, because we're not playing well on the field and we're losing series. But is cricket all about the England team? Is it all about producing cricketers? And is that how we judge success? Will we judge we're more successful because the team that's out there representing Middlesex represents the region cricket, or is it about us as an area, strong cricketing area of the country, having a game that is, I say, the club cricket is in a really healthy way. It's a community thing. There's people from different walks of life coming together, enjoying playing cricket on a Saturday afternoon, enjoying the time they spend with each other's company, achieving special things, and how do we judge it? But I think both is what you want. But I think the success of cricket with Middlesex shouldn't be just how the first team are performing. It's what's behind that, and if there's a really harmonious together game that's fully inclusive and is I don't know, just providing a wonderful environment for people to come and enjoy themselves as families, friends, and whatever, then that's huge success too. But I suppose it's not something that's going to be visible on the back pages of newspapers. That's going to be how this side perform on a weekly basis.
Great to continue at the Lake End. Solid start after lunch for Surrey here. They had half an hour. Patel and Cameron still going well.
Good picture that with the football goal in the background and the school, and obviously the school as the backdrop. Wonderful building.
Overlap of seasons, eh?
But our sort of involvement here is talking about myself and obviously being involved in the EDI and ANKID and the recreational game, and trying to bring the club game and the professional game closer together. But another big thing that is, I suppose, coming out ever more is facilities for Middlesex, and I suppose that the lack of elite facilities that we have. Yes, obviously we play at Lord's, which is one of the great sporting venues in the world.
It's a lovely shot, punched away.
There, 4 runs. Stoneman's not going to get that. Well, he's actually getting outrun by Max Holden. He's got a couple of yards on him.
Is that going to be the biggest challenge for you next, or what's going to be the biggest challenge? I mean, you can go back to that question first, actually, before we come to this one, but about the facilities.
Yeah, I think the facilities, isn't it? Again, we play at Lord's. We don't own Lord's. We're just tenants there. We have a good relationship with the MCC, and when we're at Lord's, they look after us brilliantly. But obviously, there are lengthy periods of the summer when we're not at Lord's, and then we're out in northwest London trying to get the facilities that will help our cricketers develop. And obviously, with Radlett Cricket Club and here at Merchant Taylors School, we've got 2 venues that we've invested in and will continue to invest in.
Can these suffice? Can these suffice as the 2 outgrounds now for Middlesex?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've used Uxbridge in the past, we've used Richmond in the past, we've used Southgate in the past, so people will be keen for us to revisit those venues. But equally, if we've got a pot of money, say it was 100, whatever it might be, do we spend 20 at each and make it a little bit different, or do we say, well, no, let's spend 50 at 2 and make a big difference?
It seems to me in the time, 2005 was my first year, so it's an 18th season, Gus. Do you think you'll still be listening to me in 18 more seasons? Don't answer that.
Well, yeah, maybe not, but it might not be for the reason you're thinking. I suppose the angle is, I hope I am, yes.
But you know, it was the circus was on the road, wasn't it? There was, I think in one of the years that I was doing it, there was probably 5 outgrounds used that year. If I think back, Uxbridge, the Walkers grounds in Southgate, Richmond. I can't remember. There was one year in particular. It was extremely busy right back at the start when I started doing it.
Yeah, and
you can't have high quality facilities at all of those grounds is the point. And that's why I ask now, will these 2 suffice? Because at the moment I think the players are pretty happy at both, aren't they?
Yes, and I say we get sport on here. It's a fantastic location. We've been here, I suppose when I came here in 2009, do come up here on a Sunday afternoon and there's 6 or 7 games of cricket taking place which involving Middlesex. So all our youth sides play here on a Sunday afternoon, and you suddenly get a relationship with Richard Ailing, who's sort of in charge of the grounds here at the school, and he used to work at Uxbridge. He was, I think, groundsmanship's in the family. I think his father used to prepare the pitches at Uxbridge Cricket Club when we first went there, sort of in the 70s and 80s, and he knows how to prepare a cricket pitch. And then he took over the role from his father at Uxbridge, so he knows how to produce a pitch. There's Scott, who's the head groundsman here. He used to work at the Oval. So we've got 2 people here who know what it takes to produce a first-class pitch and what they're looking for. And again, so they were keen to almost get more involved, and our involvement here has continued to flourish. The school is keen. The school enjoy the association, and it's looked to get bigger. I mean, we've got have some quite nice plans to look forward to here. I mean, just to our right, which is the southern end. You're looking uphill at the southern end.
Benham End, is it? Yeah.
Yeah. What?
Benham End.
Is that what it's called?
I hope so. That's what I'm calling it all
Sandy
day.
Lodge Golf Club. Then.
We're getting nods from the other side of the marquee.
Why
Yes,
is it the Benham End?
He was I think he was either an old groundsman here or.
Right. So
it was a farm. Apparently, he was a farmer.
Is that right? I think it sounded like we're making up as we go along here. But anyway.
That's a lovely shot down the ground. And it's not quite going to make it all the way up the slope at the Benham former farmer, former groundsman end. Yeah. But they'll pick up 3. Nice shot. A multi-talented man, apparently.
But I say, coming back to us, players, members, again, we're looking at the English side, members, everybody's expecting elite performance, whether it's from England, and therefore the county games are coming under the microscope. We want to produce the best cricketers we can, and if we're trying to produce the best cricketers we can, we've got to give them the best facilities. To be turning up at places where half-used nets, where the ball's going through the surface or banging, keeping low, you're not going to produce good cricketers on that. So we need to continue to invest in facilities, and I'd say just up there at the Benham End, on the far side of the artificial nets to our right as we sit here now, we're going to lay down a big practice area. So again, bringing it forward so we can bowl from either end. There's a natural slope here. We're going to make the slope the same degrees as Lord's, so that you get an idea. And so that's going to be an elite training facility that will be there for the players hopefully in 2 or 3 years' time when it settles down. Shot.
Lovely shot. Don't quite make it again. It'll just hold up. Stoneman giving chase. Beats Toby Ronan Jones to this one.
Another 30 yards there and back on his on his yardage, and looking to develop the dressing rooms here with the blessing of the school too. So to double the size of the dressing rooms to make the area in the middle. I mean, visually the clubhouse will look the same.
Yep.
But to provide better.
Will you go backwards with it then, if you're not changing the facade?
No, we'll bring it forward so you can bring the roof forward.
Okay.
So take the roof apart,
yeah.
Bring it forward so the front is the same, but just increase the space behind. There's another good shot there.
Steele settling into it nicely. Ronan Jones gives chase up the slope. Puffs the cheeks as they pick up a couple. 115 for 4 now, Surrey.
And again, there's some physiotherapy facilities in there. Better facilities with the umpire, also for operations, so that when we're playing, again, because looking at Middlesex, we play more out matches than any other county, I would suggest. We've got 8 games of cricket this year. Here, they're very happy hosting 4-day cricket, and we play well here, so we'll continue to do that. But yeah, looking at the images there to hopefully work on creating more space, better facilities there, which will be good for both Middlesex and the school. And the school has got a real project, which I think is speaking to some people tomorrow about an indoor school, which is over the other side, right over in a corner over there behind the marquee, where there's going to be an indoor school, and to hopefully build on the side of it, or get involved in something maybe that takes place on the side of that, which will have a gym in it and office facilities and things. So to really try and make Merchant Taylor's our sort of training facility away from Lord's. We all look at this sort of ideal home away from Lord's thing, where we got a bit of legs with it at Coptal a few years ago, but something like that's going to cost you 10 or 15 million quid, and finding money like that is not easy. Bit of spin.
Nathan Sousa spin for the first time today. Wrist spinner from the Lake Ends, bowling up the slope. Was COVID one of the final nails in that coffin for Coptal financially?
Yes, it was, in the way that the ECB, the TV deal that the
single out to deep square for Patel, 116 for 4.
The TV deal that the ECB had, there was a lot of money in that, which was set aside for capital investments, projects, and Copthall would have been one of those capital projects, but sort of with COVID costing the game tens of millions of pounds, that money was sort of kept aside or held back and helped to save the game really, rather than into capital projects. So unfortunately that's gone elsewhere. I suppose we need to see what the next TV deal is like, which I'm sure they'll be starting to negotiate quite soon, I'd imagine, because they tend to do it a couple of years before the actual end of the contract, don't they?
So it's just getting deep backward square. Greatwood to move around a little bit in front of square. Takes that one out on the sweep for a single to deep square.
Nearly yorked himself there.
Yeah, not one out of the coaching manual, that one. But adapted well, Cameron Steele, former Middlesex man, of course. Was he did he come through the academy?
No, he didn't. He sort of came. He played a few academy games, but he was at Somerset. Or he was down there. I'm trying to remember now. He came to us, and then he went. It was conversations, and he went to Somerset for a period of time, and then came back to us. Then went up to Durham.
To Durham, yeah. Born in California, I think California's first-class cricketer, if I remember correctly.
And again, I mean, I suppose we've had some good news today on Tilamoeloita. Has that been sort of mentioned earlier on?
Yeah, that he's now been given residency and plays as a non-overseas.
Well, we'd say it's still we've got to write to the ECB now and hopefully get them to sort of accept or sort of state that that's the situation. But as someone born in California, just because his father was working over there at the time, his father, I think, was in the oil industry, isn't he?
I think so.
Yeah, and he wasn't naturally qualified. And sort of circumstances like that beyond your control mean that you've suddenly got to go through the qualification period, which seems a bit harsh.
Yeah, those rulings sometimes sent to testers. You mentioned Fortress MTS, as it's known. Another little phrase, I don't know who dubbed it, but Fraser's fledglings. What are you more proud of? The 11 under-25s that played in the 14 months of the 2 COVID month season and the 12 months thereafter. I think it was 11 under the age of 25 all through the academy, or the title win in 2016. What's more proud of? What makes you more proud?
I mean 2016 was a special moment, isn't it, to sort of see a number of years' work come to fruition. But equally, I mean, we've had a difficult few years at Middlesex and not performed to the levels that we would want and expect.
Oh, keeps a tad low, Bamba from the Benham end.
Yeah, seeing the likes of Ethan come through and you see the potential in Martin Anderson, Luke Coleman, Blake Cullen coming through as well. Guys like Max Holden, you want them to sort of suddenly start showing everybody what they can do. Joe Crack, yeah, there are so many reasons to sort of be positive about what's at Middlesex at this moment in time. The challenge for us all is to get them the best out of them and to turn this potential that they believe they have into a side that's in the first division, compete for the championship and challenging in one-day competitions too.
Remember, that was one of the very first things he said to me when he took over in late 2008, 2009, was where's that pathway from all these club teams in Middlesex to the first 11, and that was always going to be one of your biggest targets in your time. 10, 13 years down the line, 14 years nearly. That side of it, I guess, came to fruition, didn't it? With the amount of youngsters, 70% currently are from the academy of the Middlesex first team squad.
Well, it did. I mean, it was certainly a policy myself in the fact that we got to winning the charter in 2016, and there was some recruitment, well, quite a bit of recruitment there in the way that Ollie Rain has. Nick Compton was, Nick Compton was a Middlesex cricketer. Coming back from Somerset, James Franklin, so you could argue Tim Murta, sort of David Milan. Oh, they're saying that. I mean, David Milan and John Simpson and Sam Robson were very much sort of come to Middlesex as 17, 18-year-olds, and I was sort of really helping them flourish into becoming the cricketers that they've been watching for a number of years. but it wasn't sort of. I suppose there's always a bit of edge. I mean, you look at Surrey, and Surrey have obviously claim the same things with the Currans. I mean, they're both young lads from Southern Africa, aren't they? You can see that when you speak to them. Yeah. They're not there with a modern accent, are they? But so it's a lot of it is identifying good young cricketers that are around, but equally in London, which as we said before is more diverse than anywhere else. You're going to get young South Africans and Australians. Oh, catch it!
Oh, just dropped short, did it?
Sounds like.
I mean, I certainly think it was an edge. It's gone through, gone through Robbie White. But they changed at lunch. It was Simpson this morning, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They've changed wicket. I didn't even notice until now. They've changed to White behind the stumps. Apologies.
Nothing changes.
I had better summarisers this morning. I was able to concentrate
Simpson.
more.
There's John Simpson. So he sat sort of 20 yards to your left.
I'm just glad it wasn't White all morning. That was what I was more concerned about.
Dan O'Driscoll next to him, another young wicketkeeper.
Pretty sure on the one glance I had on the stream of that it dropped short.
Yes, I don't get the feeling it carried.
122 for 4. Surrey batting first. No toss. It's a 2-day game. Forecast isn't great tomorrow, is it?
It's not too bad. It's not as nice as today, obviously, but it's not.
Was it going to be a case of Surrey battle day today, Middlesex battle day tomorrow? But with a doubt on the forecast tomorrow, if that was the case, would it change it? Maybe.
Well, I've not heard that there have been conversations to say that. So you change it today, and then it doesn't rain at all tomorrow. Then.
Well, that's true. That becomes a proper match then.
It's like one of those Middlesex forums where you're sort of supposed to know what the weather's like tomorrow, so you can predict the future in your decision making. Predict the future. I wouldn't be sat here speaking to you lot. I'd sat in Barbados with my feet up. Scott working hard.
Man knows his job.
He loves it. I mean, the marquee. So the marquee goes up at the end of January, maybe early February now. I mean, it's amazing how technology has meant that shortened the time that it takes to get the facility ready for training and stuff. But it's sort of -3 outside, but a clear sky. And it's like he's in there with his shorts and t-shirt on the roller, loving it because it's like a greenhouse. Exactly, it's really interesting. Back to where we were a little while ago again about the different grounds that. I mean, the club will be under pressure to play at Uxbridge, to play at Richmond, to play at Southgate, and it's going to be interesting. But equally, as you said, we've got a good record here in first-class cricket. We've got a pretty good record in white ball cricket, and we've played well at Radlett, so we've got 2 venues there. This could be interesting.
Oh, Sousa crying, leave it, leave it, leave it. Which you might have just heard on the effects mic there as telling Robbie White not to collect that ball with the gloves. Batsman get back for 3.
But it's an interesting sort of dilemma, isn't it? Do you take cricket out to other grounds where you don't play well at? So where you haven't got a good record, you can't imagine, to some extent. I mean, we have got a responsibility as a club to sort of make cricket available to as many areas of the county as we can. But
do you? Because I was saying this to Andrew Cornish earlier. Actually, for what is a difficulty for Middlesex, also it's a great want of many other members of other counties who lament the loss of outground cricket. They don't get it anymore at the other 17. Really, so much is played at HQ.
Yeah, I suppose that's through choice. I mean, the Test match grounds.
But is it a responsibility for you to take it around the county? I mean, is it?
Well, I suppose again it's what are you here to do? Yes, of course you want to be here to be competing and winning trophies, but equally you want, as a county, the roles have changed. I mean, when I first started playing for Middlesex, it was all about the first team and how you played. Now, as a county, we're responsible for the health of cricket within this northwest region of London, and therefore we've got to do all that we can to encourage people to play the sport, to feel involved in the sport, and hopefully that comes across in sort of membership of clubs, participation, the number of teams that clubs run, the number of colts that are at junior sections at clubs. And if, I suppose, you going and playing the game, wherever it might be, helps that, you are providing some service. But if that service is then at the cost of the first team winning, where do you go? Some people, well, it's obviously straightforward. You just do it because you want to win, and that's the only decision that should come into it.
Biggest problem about going around the outgrounds is turning up and not knowing what kind of pitch you're going to get. So you're both away teams, isn't it? And that's why Middlesex struggle with the home advantage. It's drifting down perhaps from Bamba. Nothing doing from umpire Long. 125 for 4. So saw a shot of Andrew Cornish in the background there, the new CEO. He seems a very dynamic, driven man.
Yes, yeah. Sort of had a bit of time at the club before being appointed to the position that he's in. I really enjoyed working with him, yeah. He's obviously had some big jobs in the past. Running Manchester Airport is...
Manchester and Liverpool. I didn't realise he'd had 2 of them.
Is a pretty big role. But yeah, he's been really good. Been really... we've had, let's say, as a club, some difficult 18 months year. Financially with the pension stuff that's taken place and other issues, and to have had Andrew sort of there guiding us through has been we've been extremely fortunate to have someone with his sort of skill set and his sort of experience around.
Yeah, and that goes really to the other part of it, isn't it? The finances. The last 18 months for the world obviously have been extremely difficult, haven't they? And that perhaps puts plans into perspective a little bit. What can be achieved for the expansions and the improvements that you'd like of the outgrounds, and for all facilities, I guess.
Yes, you can't try to get sort of a pint out of a half pint. It's pretty difficult, isn't it?
To Ain chase down at long leg for Greatwood. They'll just take 1 on 26 for 4. Going back to what you're saying about county cricket, is it there to produce England players and so on and so forth? Of course, I think it was your mate Andrew Strauss, wasn't it, who came up with the red ball reset, and now it gets quoted everywhere, doesn't it? Quoted regularly again over the last couple of days. Obviously, you had that role as England selector for a good while yourself as well. I'm not sure. I
suppose it's like. I mean, well, I know it's a beef of yours, and we won't get you going up on the 100 or anything like that. But the 100's been brought in for a reason, and the reason is that the formats of the game that we're playing aren't having the desired effect in the way that they're.
I'm working for Middlesex today, not the BBC, so I have to behave.
In that it's not sort of getting the participation numbers and sort of interest in the game, and not at the levels that cricket wants or needs. So we need to do something to sort of get different people watching the game and following the game and involved in the game. And this comes back of, I say, myself being a bit sort of sad. I suppose 7 years as a journalist, you sort of realise if you're going to say something, you need to back it up with. rather than just say, you need to back it up with some figures. And I mean, the England team has been more successful. I mean, all right, everyone would say what ridiculous things to say when the side's only won the last 17 Test matches, but certainly until 2020, every decade, the England team is winning more games of cricket as a percentage. So the England team are getting more and more successful. But interest in the game is not at the levels that are required. So, does every decision that you make in cricket, is every decision that you make in cricket there to make England stronger? If it's not looking over the if it's not looking after the overall health of the game, or should there be decisions that are made within cricket that are there to ensure that cricket is healthy throughout the whole country rather than just around the England setup?
At risk of getting a clip around the ear from Stephen Fletcher, who sat to your right, I've got the trickiest question of the day. I saved it just for you, Gus. Will cricket be able to address its diversity issue if it reduces to an elite? If they reduce the number of first-class teams, where you've already got a diversity issue, will it be able to correct the diversity issue anytime soon?
Well, yes, because if there are, there should be it's all about percentages, isn't it, rather than numbers. So if say if Middlesex, we felt that to be truly representative of the cricket that's played in Middlesex, we should have 4 or 5 non-white faces playing for Middlesex on a regular basis. That would be transferred to the reduction in counties. So yes is the answer. I think.
That's why I saved the trickiest question for you. Yeah, it was just a thought I was having the other day in terms of obviously the other thing the other percentage that's always quoted at cricket is the number of professional players that were privately or publicly educated.
And again, that's true. I mean, I suppose some of those figures might be slightly. I mean, Joe Root is viewed to be a privately educated cricketer, but is he really? He sort of got a scholarship or a bursary or something like that, didn't he, at a certain age? But coming to Middlesex, I mean, more than I think the last figures we had, 52% of the players in young boys in our pathway from state schools. And I say I think it was 66, 67, 66 to 70% were ethnically diverse. So I suppose you can only quote and comment really on what's taking place in your county. That was in the pathway that's up until the academy.
As I said, so I saved that question for you. I knew you'd have the answers.
I think I'm still trying to work out the question actually.
If you've got 18 teams at the moment, of which the percentage of public and privately educated players is extremely high, the percentage of ethnically diverse players is extremely low, a reduction to, let's say, a 12-team elite, as is often bandied about. It's a lovely shot, punched away through the covers by Patel, chopped down nicely on it. 130 for 4. He's on to 62. Patel. Is that not going to make the problem of expanding the game beyond those percentages? Both sets of percentages quoted there. Is that not going to make it far more difficult if you're reducing to an elite?
Maybe I answered that wrong then. I think I'd say no. I mean, as you say, it's whether it's percentage or numbers, isn't it?
I told you I was going to get a clip around the ear. Nicely fielded at backward point.
I still haven't quite worked out whether I've said what my answer has come across here.
I don't think there is an answer.
No,
it's just a
basically, I don't think
conversation,
it
isn't
should affect. I mean, it should not affect what you're trying to achieve. No.
Yeah, that's the point. I don't think there is an answer really at the moment, is it? It's a conversation and a question that is ongoing. It's not a question for Middlesex either, particularly, is it?
But if there's 132 people, if it's 12-a-side, 132 people playing, then a percentage of that would be how you'd measure it. I mean, if you had only a first division that was playing 6 sides, you couldn't, because the numbers would be. If your target is 80 and there's only 66 people, and the highest number is 66, then you can't achieve it, can you?
I guess going back, just put it in terms of the public and private school kids that play in the percentage. Take diversity out of it. I guess there's a perception that it's a difficult sport to break into unless you've been at a public or a private school.
Yeah, and again, I suppose you only have to look at sort of the reaction, which is something I've got to go to this evening at MCC, being an MCC committee man, is the reaction to Eton v Harrow being stopped as a fixture at Lords, and the game that, in a lot of people's eyes, and understand it's elitist, isn't it? And the fact that these opportunities to play on that venue are only there for a privileged few, and that doesn't do the game any good at all. And it's one of the reasons why I'm fully supportive of what the MCC have chosen to do, which is to create opportunities within the fixture list for everybody to play there. I mean, I got a bit of stick from someone because I went to Gayton High School. Full toss, driven for 4.
Gets it away nicely between extra cover and the sweeper out in the deep.
So was I sympathetic to the fact that Harrow and Eton had lost their slot. Well, as someone who went to Gayton High School, which is 200 yards at the bottom of Harrow on the Hill, 200 yards from the school, and we were only invited to play up there once, and we played on one of the out pitches, and we were the best sort of cricketing comprehensive school in Harrow. Do I have a lot to say? Well, no, I don't, and that's not them and us. But again, we went to play at Oxford University a few years ago, and you go to Oxford University, and the ground was completely unloved. Wasted 3 days of our pre-season on a venue that hadn't been looked after. So you can't have it always, can you?
That was the heart of the question.
But equally, if you coming back to this, you were sort of saying that it's 50. Well, if the targets are 60%, or your targets are to get as many, if not more, comprehensively state-educated boys and girls in playing cricket as privately educated, then the percentage doesn't change just because the number of games that you play or the number of opportunities are less, do they?
I was trying to consider it and I was thinking yes. But yeah, that's the heart of the question more.
Well, I sit still not knowing whether I've answered the question or not.
I don't think it's an easy one to answer, is it? I think it's a contemplation for cricket, isn't it? If there's that number of public and privately educated disproportionately high, then a reduction in teams to more of an elite is not going to make it any easier for state-educated children to get into the game.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there.
It's just the conversation, really, rather than a pointed yes or no answer. So I saved it for you, Gus. Is that pondering, or have you just given up?
No, I'm pondering because it's almost, you look at the Australian model, isn't it? And the fact, I know they've changed their sort of system there, and there's a lot of contention there over the role that grade cricket plays, and the fact that grade cricket doesn't play a major role in in the pathway now as it used to, and one of the reasons why Australia had so few privately educated cricketers coming through was because privately educated cricketers had to play school cricket on a Saturday, whereas state school cricketers played club cricket, and that was a better area for development, so therefore more of them came through. And I've just been tapped on the shoulder and told to shut up and move on and let someone else here.
Save the most difficult question for last as well.
I don't think I've talked about any of the cricket so far. We've just been yapping on about everything else.
Anything you'd like to say about the cricket before you go, Gus?
Don't bowl there, Ethan. Leg stump half volley. Come on.
Your first text to me after you changed your role actually was you might see a bit more of me on the mic nowadays.
Yeah, and I'm happy to do that until today and the last hour I've had with you. Yes, of course, more than happy to.
Don't tell Straussy I asked you that.
What's that?
About were you going to have more public and privately schooled educated kids if there's an elite, or less?
Trouble is the question. I think I know what you're asking, but I don't really know what you're asking. That's why it's hard to answer it.
Just passing the time.
We're on the other pitch, aren't we, for the last 2 days this week?
Is it streamed, that one? Do we know? No stream of that one, just this one. Because it's on the other pitch, I assume. Oh, there will be a stat cam. A static cam, I should say. No Gus on comms for that one. It's a relief of Gus. Are you in attendance all 3 days for that one as well?
As soon as it's a 2-day game now.
Kent's only 2 days.
Essex even.
Essex, sorry, is only...
Where is this conversation gone? I'm talking.
Hey, it's 3 days. Get out, Gus.
Is it as well?
Yeah, go on. On that note.
Well, I was saying, having moved position, you're not sort of in the conversations all the time now, are you? To be proved wrong by Kevin Hand is an all-time low.
Single taken down to long leg. End of the over, 141 for 4. Lovely to see you as ever, Gus.
Been a pleasure, Kevin. I apologise to the listeners.
See you next week, I hope.
Will do. Cheers.
Angus Fraser alongside me in the commentary tent for this one. 140 for 4 is the score. Surrey batting first in this one. No toss this morning. And 44 for Cameron Steele, 63 for Patel. Middlesex live enhanced stream. Bringing you coverage of all the home games and this pre-season one against Surrey. If you did just hear quite a strange sound on the effects mic, it wasn't Alan Coleman sitting down alongside me.
Yeah, I think Fletcher was giving it a bit of a clean, wasn't he? And forgot to turn the mic off. So sorry about that, everyone.
Yeah, shocker for that one. We haven't got headsets on, so we couldn't hear. It's a lovely shot for 4. Lifted away by Patel, 145 for 4. score now. Alan Coleman, I finally got you on the mic after all these years.
Taken a while, Kev, hasn't it? Yeah, but hello everyone. Lovely to be here.
Good start this morning for Middlesex. Strong first hour.
It was, yeah. It was lovely to see Ethan running down the hill and Toby up the hill, and they're incredibly consistent, as you would expect in that first phase of play today, and they, conditions that they're used to and that they exploit pretty well, I think. So it was really good to see them both. After a good winter's hard work, both running in and making the ball talk a little bit, which we hope to see again on the 7th of April at Lords against Derby.
I like the chat that Richard Johnson had ahead of this game, speaking to the YouTube channel, the Middlesex YouTube channel, about how this is match 2, Essex is match 3. A shot for a single out to deep cover for Patel, and the Derbyshire match isn't game 1, it's game 4.
Yeah, I think with these pre-season games, you often end up in a position where, you can have 14, 15 different people playing, and it's like a revolving door, and so-and-so's batting, and now they're out fielding at point, and actually trying to keep something competitive is really important for us, and I think it's really important for the players to be able to show what they can do in that competitive environment. So creating this as game one obviously against Kent, this is game 2 for us, and we're building into a season where we actually, as you said, we've played 3 competitive or relatively competitive games before we encounter our first competition match, and I think that's really important for us as a team and where we are as a group at the moment.
How strange a feeling has it been for you to kind of hand over just before the start of the season to Richard Johnson? Because obviously you had to see through the winter, and mid-February I think it was that he took over as head coach. Obviously now in position for it's the second of the pre-season matches. Funny feeling, you kind of had them all through the winter and then hand them over?
A relief as well, if I'm honest, trying to balance a number of sort of jobs. We obviously were left pretty.
Just going to say dealing with Tim Mercer, a relief somebody else has to look after him.
Yeah, fortunately that was relatively straightforward, Mertz. But dealing with the number of different aspects of the role, with pretty short-staffed, obviously, when Stewart and Nick left the club. So it's been pretty full on, and I was actually quite relieved to hand over to Richard and actually be able to give the cricket to somebody and let them run with it. I think we did a lot of work in the winter trying to get people into a good place, and actually having him and his experience come in, somebody who knows the group pretty well, but with a fresh set of eyes as well, has been quite nice.
That's a nice shot. Down the ground it goes. Down the ground, but up the hill. Will it make it all the way? Ronan Jones giving chase at Benham End. Holds him to a couple. 148 for 4.
And I think seems that Richard's appointment has gone down pretty well with the membership, I would say. Everything that Fletch tells us and the sentiment around the ground as we walk round together, I think people are pleased to see him back in the C-axis. So all pretty positive so far.
Imagine pretty positive with the players as well, as he and you, in fact, the pair of you had. Did you inherit the second 11 from John? You did, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Around the corner, get away for 4 for Patel, moves him to 72, 150 up for Surrey, 150 for 4.
Yeah, I took over from him 2018 with the second team group, and then obviously he left 12 months after to go to Surrey, and I sort of stepped up there into his sort of bowling coach boots, as it were. So I've sort of followed him through a little bit in the last couple of years, but it's great to have him back, and it's great to have him around the group. He brings a real calmness to the playing group and the coaching staff, and it's just he's got a very clear method, treats people well, and it's been great to have him back in the group.
What's going to have to be the biggest improvement this year for Middlesex? The bat has been the biggest problem, isn't it, I suppose? But Stoneman coming in last year, he had a good end to the season, didn't he? Pete Hanscom's coming back in a couple of weeks.
He did, yeah, and I think first innings runs is a big thing, really, and as we've seen with the Test side throughout this winter as well, first innings runs really do set up the game, whether you bowl first or you bat first, and we've not been consistent enough with the bat over a number of years now, and I think that's pretty evident to see as Bamber comes in. Nicely played by Patel, that. So that would be the first sort of priority in this cricket. I think also fourth innings wickets as well, and as you'd have seen last summer, we did struggle at times to bowl out teams in the fourth innings, and actually with Shaheen coming in, giving us something a little bit different, that should hopefully tick off that aspect of the game. Just when day 4 and the pitch is looking a bit flat, we might be able to just to shift it up and do something a little bit different. So there are two sort of main areas. Other aspects of our play have been pretty good, I think. But what we've seen is we haven't done it consistently enough, and that's got to be a real focus for us, is consistency day to day, session to session across a 14-game county championship season, because we know we've got some good players. I think our membership know we've got some good players, and if we can be a little bit more consistent as a group and turn our average days into good days, then I think we could fare pretty well this season.
Good young players as well, though. Is that going to be the most tricky balance, delivering consistency while ensuring that the young players get their chance?
Yeah, I think so. I think asking young players to walk into a team that has struggled and to then deliver consistent performances is a tough thing. And actually, we just watched Ethan Bamber bowl there, and he's probably the one person who's been able to walk into a first team and deliver time and time again over the last 4 seasons since he made his debut in 2018. But yeah, that's the old balance. And you mentioned bringing in Mark Stoneman earlier on. Him with Sam at the top of the order does give us a bit of a platform to build from, and then hopefully the young players can thrive with their experience.
Sam's been pretty good the last 4 years, actually, hasn't he? 3 or 4 years. But do you think the Mark Stoneman arrival at the other ends will give him a little bit of a boost as well?
Yeah, I would hope so. Yeah, I think there's not many people who've scored more county championship runs than Robbo in the last few years, and I do think if Mark can back up what he did at the back end of last season for us, I think as a duo, them together, I do think that can be a real key to our consistency and actually giving us a steady platform. Openers are going to get good balls.
Oh, it's a pick up. Is it going to go? It is, all the way. I think it's Max Holden out there looking at the way he's moving. It is indeed. Deep mid-wicket, it's gone for 6. 159 for 4. A lovely shot from Patel. Moves him to 81.
Maxi had to pick that up from the middle of the football pitch, it looks like. I think hopefully the consistency that they can both bring us will mean that we set up a better platform, and the less time that we are one down early on, the better for us, and that's a really simple thing to say, I know.
This ball from Sousa goes straight on.
Just slid that across him, didn't he? Nicely taken by Robbie White behind as well.
Feels like, actually mentioned White there as well, there's a really strong competition across the team, actually. A lot of youngsters as well.
There is, and there are, it'd probably be fair to say there are a few spots up for grabs as well, really. And a bit more competition. 2 overseas players we'll have in this year. We haven't had that for a couple of years now. Obviously, the COVID year we didn't have anyone, and just having Pete last year for Championship cricket. I know Darryl Mitchell was around a little bit, but yeah, a little bit of increase in competition.
The reason I come to it is Souths on at the moment. Of course, Luke Holman's emergence last year, 10 wickets down at Hove. And Tilan Walaluita, who will be available. We all expect now, with today's announcement by Andrew Cornish this morning, that he's going to be a non-overseas this year.
Great news for Tilan. He's been playing as this sort of overseas player for a little while, really, and that has restricted the amount of cricket that he can play, given the changes last year between 2020 and Championship cricket, meaning we had to have other people registered. So it's great news that Tilan is now going to be deemed a local. Really good, and as you said, Luke was he and Luke bowled beautifully at Hove last year, and Tilan's role in that was often underplayed. I think Tilan bowled a huge amount of overs and built a lot of pressure that Luke was able to exploit at the other end. But it was wonderful watching 2 spinners bowl in tandem for large parts of that game. You know, Middlesex members, you know, talk about spinners bowling in pairs for, you know, for years gone by. So it was great to actually watch two Middlesex young spinners bowl together and learning their trade together in the game.
159 for 4, 81 for Patel. Cameron Steele 44. Did you have Steele in the academy with you for a brief time?
No, Cam sort of came a bit later. So he was at Somerset, I think, was down at Millfield School. So he wasn't quite on our academy, but we did have him as a young pro, so in and around that
Did you
sort
have
of
him in
group.
the seconds with you? Sorry, that's what I should have said.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, I think so. I think he's the same age group as Robbie White and George Scott, that sort of Charlie Thurston, that sort of age. So yeah, we had a really good second team at that time, and Cam was very much a part of that, but obviously couldn't quite break through to us. And it's fair to say
They
he's
won the championship under you, didn't they? The second 11.
Yeah, I don't like to talk about it too much, but I think we won a championship, and I think we may have won a 50 over comp. Maybe a couple of T20s at Arundel as well, but we try not to talk about that too much as a group.
Sprinkling a bit of that winning formula onto the first 11 now.
It would be nice. It would be lovely to see. Change of bowling here. Looks like Ronan Jones coming in from the... Which end do we call this, Kev?
Benham end. Although don't ask us, I had to correct him on that, which is why he was so grumpy at the end.
That's the Benham end, and I assume the other end is
the other end, yeah, the sight screen end.
The sight screen, the cameraman end.
Yeah. The Lake end. Were you here for the 4-day match against Sussex on the Lake end when it was a lake in the old merchant?
No, I wasn't. It
was a lake.
Hopefully it's not going to be a lake for later in this week when we play our 3-day game against
yeah, of
Essex.
course.
Weather's not looking too good though for Thursday by the way.
Why is it being switched down to the other one? Just because of tracks?
Yeah, just volume of cricket here. They have a lot of school games. We've obviously got a first team game against Worcestershire here. So just trying to balance the usage really. And obviously if one of these had been rained out, we'd have had the option to play the 3-day game up here. But it also just puts Fletcher under a bit more pressure, which is good to move all of his equipment down to the other end. And I think that's always important.
Yeah. We just established with Gus before you came in, it's not being streamed, that one. It's going to be on the static cam. We're expecting a strong Essex side for it. Strong Surrey side put out today.
Yeah, I think so. I think as we get closer to the season, I think both teams will be looking something like they might do for the first game of the year, obviously without the overseas players in yet, but I suspect it will be pretty competitive. Essex obviously a good side in this format and have been now for a number of years, so probably a really good marker for us to see where we are up to as a side, see what our preparation has really been like.
A strong start this morning against a strong Surrey side as well. Very happy with that first hour, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think the guys were pretty happy. All part of the process, really. The guys, yeah, it was a lovely start by two pretty good county championship bowlers in Ronan Jones and Bamber, and they set the standard you'd expect to see.
And up against a strong top order as well. I said this morning, you know, you couldn't really get any closer to a championship game, could you? Really, it was full-on competitive cricket.
It was, and lovely to see, you know, on a decent wicket as well. You know, credit to Richard Ayling, Scott Patterson, and the rest of the MT's staff for being able to produce something so good so early in the year. It's an incredible effort, and we're very, very lucky that they were able to do so. And that, you know, pitches have been a big sort of topic of conversation over the last 12 months, really. And I mentioned in England before, and actually Richard and Scott here, they do a fantastic job in producing these pitches for us that are so good for cricket early on in the year. This one's probably done a little bit less than the Kent one. A little bit less grass left on it deliberately, but you know, when you come here you're going to get some good surfaces, and they do a very good job.
Yeah, I was going to ask that actually. There wasn't so much sideways movement today.
So yeah, we're playing about a little bit, and with the groundsman just on the length of grass that we leave it, with a view on us playing Worcestershire here in July. Obviously, we've got a good record here, you know, in 4-day cricket. So just trying to continue to maximise that advantage and the quality of the surface, and try to produce something that really does suit our style of play. So we do want something that does move a little bit, because we've got some high quality batters who can cope with it, but we've got some great exponents of seam bowling in our ranks. So having something that does bring Bamber, Ronan Jones, Murtagh into the game is really, really important for us.
Dropped a little short on that one, Souter. Give him the treatment. Oh!
Is this the point where we apologise to the viewers just in case anyone picked up anything on the mic there?
I didn't hear it. Who was it? He can point,
Point
fingers if you're not naming names.
It might have been Nathan Souter. Yeah,
Was
he
it? I
may,
didn't
he
hear.
may have. If there was a stump mic, I think we'd have picked it up, definitely.
I heard something. I didn't hear exactly what it was. Apologies if anybody at home did hear.
Although I will say his description of the delivery was pretty accurate.
Oh, big appeal, he's gone. Well, from one extreme to the other for Souter. 165 for 5. Patel dismissed on 85. Put down before lunch at backward point, but a fine innings for him on a difficult day. Early season conditions. And gone LBW. Souter strikes.
Yeah, you're right, Kev. A really good innings from Ryan Patel. He's a player who's improved a lot in the last few years. So played that a very, very controlled innings with some nice expansive shots there as well. The slog sweep, he just played off Nathan, went for 6 over mid-wicket, tried the same shot again. Ball looked a little bit fuller this time. Just slid on, hit him in front. And I will say this because we're bowling, it looked a good decision by the umpire, Rob White, as well.
From deep mid-wicket.
Well, Rob went to university with my brother as well, so they're good friends. So I have to be nice about him.
Get the replay in a minute. Don't forget, you can head to the Middlesex website to get the match centre for each and every game, home and away, to get all of the replays, all of the statistics, all of the scores. And for the home matches, the Middlesex stream will always have all the home action. Jordan Clark next in for Surrey.
He does hit a
Still
long
there.
cricket ball.
Keen to get him quickly then.
It could be entertaining if he gets going. He does strike it very cleanly.
It's a difficult balance in these pre-season games, I guess, for you. You don't want to go through Surrey and have them all out for 80, do you? Because it hasn't given you much of an idea of the bowling attack.
No, I did it. Yeah, we want to be out there all day, getting a day of cricket into our fielders and into our bowlers' legs. I think it's very important. You know, especially for the seamers, the second and third and fourth spells maybe that they get to bowl are a really, really key part. And not really something we can replicate anywhere else apart from playing a day of cricket.
No, the cry, so that tickles to 45. Had you have gone through Surrey very quickly today, would they have just carried on, gone back out again?
I think so, yeah. I think we'd have treated it as a follow-on and we'd have sort of thrown them back out there and just to try and get that full day in the field for our boys. I think that would have been a really important part.
Bowling day tomorrow, isn't it?
And it'll be a bowling day tomorrow. Apparently, the forecast could be a bit indifferent tomorrow, by all accounts. The groundsmen keep telling us. So
I seem to remember it went this way in the Yorkshire match here last year, didn't it? That Yorkshire got the batting day and you got the bowling day.
yeah, we'd like to make it tough for the boys in pre-season. It's a good finish from the over there from Souths, actually, after an indifferent start.
He's just lulling you into a full sense of security, wasn't he?
I'm sure he'll tell us that. Nice to see, and nice to see spinners playing a good part in pre-season games. Very easy, probably just to bowl a lot of seam here, but across these two games, Tillan, Luke and Nathan have all had a decent bowl. It's good to see.
Ronan Jones continuing away to our right, the Benament.
Where's your winter taking you, Kev? Have you been around the lower league football grounds?
Oh, that was a World Cup qualifier on Friday night, thank you.
Were you? Who was that?
Ghana, Nigeria, for BBC World Service.
Oh, okay. Was it? What was the final score?
0-0. Lovely shot in between mid-off and cover. We'll pick up a 3 runs. Nicely played.
I must say, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure I can offer you too much on the Ghana or Nigerian national football teams at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure I offered the listener too much either. No, fortunately, a lot of them play in the Premier League. 3 Leicester players in that match, a couple of Arsenal.
Were they really? No Brentford though.
There was. Who was the Brentford player in it? There was a Brentford player.
Onyeka? Is he Nigerian? Frank Onyeka?
No, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't Brentford. Actually, I think he scored in the first game. There was 5 African qualifiers on Friday. Is that your team, Brentford?
Brentford is my team. Yeah, it's been my team throughout my whole life. So managed to get down to the community stadium a few times this winter.
So keep that in mind. We'll get you on BBC in London to talk about the football then. Brentford's their go-to team now.
Well, play attractive football in a lovely new stadium. So what's not to like?
I love Griffin Park. I go there often.
Yeah, I did too as well. So I used to stand behind the goal. On a cold Tuesday night, watching Brentford Mansfield or something like that. It was a wonderful existence.
Slight change nowadays. Do you have much of a link up with the football teams? I know Nick Compton. John Simpson had David James for a while, didn't he? Was it David James who was keeping with him?
Yeah, I think a few of our boys did a football thing. A couple of our boys, Daniel O'Driscoll and Simo, did something last week with some Dutch TikTok guy. Apparently,
Really?
I've never heard of him, but apparently he's very, very popular.
Wow.
And
oh, it's a nice ball. Beats Clark.
he's got 3 million followers. There we go.
O'Driscoll. I heard he was good.
There's our Brains Trust on camera. Richard Johnson, Rory Coots, club coach, and Pete Waxman, physio on the right.
Standing in high order as well. Waxy's slouching a bit, I'll give him that. There's Rory Coots in the middle there. Has his role changed at all in the winter? His title?
It has, yeah. Rory's officially club coach now. It's a job title we've sort of jiggled around a little bit from the old traditional assistant coach. Rory will be working closely with Richard Johnson and across both of our professional teams. He's a man who knows all of the players very well. Obviously, a number of them have come through an academy system that he has run, but he's very, very personable and builds very good relationships with the players. So he's very trusted in the changing room and offers some really good insight to the boys. So it's great to have him involved at this level full time.
He was head of the academy previously.
He was, yeah. So he stepped up from the academy, and Mark Lane, who was his assistant, is filling the academy role on an interim basis at the moment. Lane is the
ongoing applications or interviews. Where are you at with that?
There'll be a process in place. It's fair to say, yeah. But yeah, Mark's obviously the former England women's head coach, so it's great to have him with some varied experience, lots of cricket coaching experience from all over the world involved. And it gives the lads a really nice, rounded sort of view on the world, really. So it's good to see.
How's Mark Ramprakash's role going to go this summer? Is he home and away? Is he just home matches, or is he just brought in for nets?
So Ramps is going to do a bit of everything, really. Around obviously his other commitments, he's at Harrow School and he does some commentary as well. So yeah, Ramps will be in for some training. He'll do some of the Lord's days. He'll do some of the outground days. He'll do some away trips as school breaks up as well. So yeah, we've got a good amount of time from Ramps actually to be involved, and he's been a great addition to the programme so far.
Shot well fielded by Max Holden in a cover.
Fielder of the year, Max Holden.
He has worked incredibly hard in it, hasn't he? I got picked up on this by, I think, a family friend who said, "Were you suggesting it wasn't that good before?"
He has. Max has improved as a fielder, and that isn't to say he was bad before, but he's now gone from being a good fielder to a very, very good fielder, and somebody who really does drive the fielding unit. Him and Mark Stoneman are outstanding and sort of stand at backward point and cover together and really do close off a big area of the field for us.
Something Pete Hanscom said at the interview, in an interview at the end of one of the games last year. I remember he was saying for him everything comes from the fielding, all the intensity, all the focus, all the drive of the match, the team. If you're not doing it in the field first, then forget the rest of it.
Yeah, it's an ongoing debate in cricket, isn't it? Do the bowlers drive the standard and then the fielders follow, or do the fielders drive the standard and the bowlers respond? And you know, I agree with Pete. I think the field can and does play a huge part in driving the atmosphere and the pressure you're trying to build on the batsman.
I guess, I don't know, the perspective that I'd throw on that is a bowler's allowed to have an off day like we all are, but the field shouldn't.
You have an off day?
I don't have any on days. That's the trick.
No, you're right, Kev. I think, yeah, bowlers can have an off day, but you could. One of the controllables is always your attitude and your enthusiasm, and that's what we expect from our fielders. So I completely agree with you there.
That's a lovely shot. It's driven away square. Just a single out to John Simpson out there, is it?
It is. Simo's out there. Robbie White's got the gloves on, and Simo's out there patrolling the boundary and getting some miles in his legs.
Is that by choice? Simo is the 50 for Patel. Apologies, 50 for Patel. 169 for 5. Well batted. Sorry, Patel. Cameron Steele bringing up the 50. We haven't got the stats in front of us on the screen, so give me a moment. I'll tell you the details of his. (108) deliveries and 7 fours for Steele's 50.
Cam Space played really nicely. Cam. He's looked very organised. He's not really played a shot in anger, to be honest. He's just sat in and hit the bad ball for 4. And on cue, Toby just strays down the leg side and gets clipped down to Toby Greatwood at wide, fine leg.
Big opportunity this for Cameron Steele, isn't it? As you say, he went up to Durham, didn't quite make one of the positions his own up there, I don't think.
I think he had a really good start up at Durham and then just sort of fell out of the side and struggled to get back in, but a really, really good opportunity for him at Surrey.
I think it came because of all the England call-ups there at one point, wasn't it? And they were a little bit short and Steele was given his chance.
Yeah, that's right. And I think if I'm honest, that's one of the beauties of him moving to Surrey is there are going to be opportunities when their England players aren't around, especially. So a great opportunity for him to forge his way into the side. He's a cricketer I really like, Cam. He's got a fantastic attitude, and I probably shouldn't be waxing lyrical about a Surrey player on the Middlesex stream, but he's a wonderful young man, incredibly dedicated, works very hard at his game. So it's really pleasing to see him getting this opportunity, and I really do hope he makes a success of it for himself, because he really does deserve that success.
Just going back to the field in a moment. That's been one of the big changes, isn't it? You know, to think even 10 years ago, certainly 20 years ago, to sit here and say that the field drives the team, let alone 40 or 50 years ago. You know, that the fielding is to set the tempos, to drive a team. That's one of the huge changes in cricket, isn't it?
It is, and I mean, you'd have just seen that. It's a great example. The ball's just been smashed to mid-off, and one of our opening fast bowlers has just almost done a diving, rolling stop to intercept the ball. And you know, I'd hate to say too much bad about him, but I'm not sure Gus would have been doing that if he'd have been standing at mid-off.
Fielding was never a bowler's job, was it? Back the West Indian side of the 70s and the 80s, and even Kirtley and Courtney, they were still fielding it with their boots, weren't they? If it came close enough to them, they put their boot on top of it. Otherwise, they're not touching it.
No, we're very lucky in that way. I mean, even our slightly older fast bowlers in Toby and Tim Murtagh do still throw themselves around, and I think we do a pretty good job. And I think our fielding has improved. I mean, you've watched a lot of us play, Kev, but
it's clipped away, just drifting onto the legs there. Toby Ronan Jones, and clipped away over mid-wicket. It'll be 4. A couple of bounces. Clark off the mark.
Probably just erred a little bit too straight here, Toby. I think it's fair to say, and that can happen in pre-season conditions where you're trying to bowl a high percentage of balls that hit the stumps or hit the front pad. So probably just a touch straight from Toby. He'll probably be quite disappointed in his last over, I would say, with the high standards that he does hold for himself.
Shot just overcompensated on the other side with that on Roland Jones, and quite going to make it, is it? Sliding Max Holden. Stoneman with him to help. They take a couple. Great to see Ronan Jones back, though, isn't it? After what was a horrible couple of years for him, really.
It is, yeah. He's a big personality around the group, as everyone will know, and he's an important member of our side. He can score runs. He's a great presence on the field. He's a very good competitor out there, and obviously his skill with the ball is known to everyone. So, okay, maybe he's not got the pace that he had when he played for England. He may be a couple of miles an hour off that, but the level of skill that he still has and his consistency really do add a lovely string to our attack.
He's one of those players that you miss him incredibly when he's not in the team.
You're right, you do, and that was noticeable last year, wasn't it? We obviously he played in the Surrey game where we won at Lords, and then obviously he wasn't around for a while, but then he re-emerged in the team later in the year, and we went on a bit of a run again, and that can't be a coincidence.
Again, you know, a lot's been talked about since 2016, how things have gone. Ronan Jones hasn't played that much since 2016 for Middlesex, and that has been a big part of it. Or not played as many as he would have prior to 2016.
Yeah, I think that 2016 side, there was a number of players who were just reaching a really lovely moment in their careers where they played quite a bit of county cricket. Toby was one of those, on the verges of England, in and around that. You know, I don't know if I think he'd played some international cricket by then, hadn't he? But you know, there were
big heave-ho from Steele. That's pretty out of character.
It is, maybe just feeling the pressure here from Souter a little bit. Souter has built up a few dot balls here, I would say, and he's just sliding the ball and challenging both edges. So just testing Cam Steele's defence and forcing him into playing a big shot. But I think you're right there. You know, post 2016, we have missed Toby's influence in and around the group a lot. You know, and he hasn't played the cricket that he would have liked to have played in terms of volume. But hopefully that's behind him, and hopefully we get a good 6 months out of him from here.
Alan Coleman alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic. Do you have to? I remember back when it was 16 games. John Embry was coach back then, and he said, "Look, you know, you have a group of seamers, and you expect to get 12 games out of each of them across a 16-game season. Do you still pencil it in like that? Obviously down to 14 games."
Yeah, I think there's a huge element of planning in that, in terms of the games that the seamers play. I think you look at our numbers from last year, and nobody played more than 12. I think Bamber and Murta both played 12 of the 14 games, and you would probably put them in the category of being sort of volume bowlers, people you expect to bowl a lot of overs, and they're still not playing every game. I think that, you know, this, although we have week 2 off of the schedule, you know, we've got six games in 7 weeks here, and we'll have, you know, 5 consecutive weeks of cricket, of 4-day games, which the schedule will generally be train on a Tuesday, train on a Wednesday, 4 days of a game, and have Monday off. So it is pretty relentless, especially if games are going to the wire and seamers are bowling a high volume of overs. So there is, you know, whether you want to call it a rotation policy, like a Claudio Ranieri from back in the day, or of Chelsea.
Well, Gus was dubbing him Middlesex's Jurgen Klopp earlier, and now you're calling him the Tinkerman, Richard Johnson.
I think Jono likes to model himself on Pep Guardiola a little bit more than Jurgen Klopp.
That's the hair, isn't it?
It's the hair and the outfits as well. I'm not sure if he's a fan of a 4-4-2 or a 4-5-1 though. We'll have to see.
Tottenham fan, isn't he?
He is a big Tottenham fan, yeah.
So basically all over the place.
There's always a decent amount of football chat when you play Surrey. Stewie's obviously a huge Chelsea fan, Jono being Spurs, Gus being Liverpool. There's always a little bit of niggle between the three of them. Max Holden obviously a big Arsenal fan, but he's pretty alone in that, I think. I don't think there's too many others.
Opening game of the season, get much of a chat between you and Max Holden?
It didn't, no, and I think through fear of what might happen when we went to the Emirates, I chose to say not too much. But it was a wonderful occasion to be behind the goal and watch those two
You were
goals
there
go
for
in.
it?
Yeah, I was there. Yeah, it was a Friday night, so we didn't have any cricket, luckily. So I managed to.
Oh, of
to be
course,
there.
that was during the season, wasn't it? Still, the cricket season was still ongoing.
It was during the 50 over campaign from last year. So
Probably didn't want to crush Holden's spirit still mid-season. Is that what it was?
well, I think the good thing about Arsenal fans is they're all consistent, aren't they? You know. They've managed to replace the Wenger in, Wenger out with Arteta in, Arteta out.
That was the only reason I was glad to see Nick Gubbins leave, because he was a Chelsea fan.
Well, we've replaced one Chelsea fan with the chief exec being a Chelsea fan now, haven't we? So
Oh, I didn't know that. I better be nice about them then.
it's been a better over this from Toby, a bit more of a consistent line. Managed to build up some dots on Jordan Clark, which is good to see. It's a very good pre-season length, that, I would say. Just challenging the top of the knee roll, hitting the top of the stumps.
I did hear the cry on the way out. I think it was Robbie White was saying it. I'm trying to remember what it was now. At the knees, or at the shins, did he say?
Yeah, a lot of that. Target the shins and the knees in early season games. And we've done that pretty well, I think. You know, you look at Tim and Ethan, 50 wickets each last year. Lots of bowls, lots of LBWs, playing the percentages in our favour on some helpful wickets.
Oh, nice shot. Just missed the stumps. Way up to the Benham end. We'll have the legs for it. 4 runs. 180 for 5 at the end of the over.
That ball does sound quite soft. We've already changed it once. It does sound quite soft again. So
what was the first change? What for?
Slightly out of shape, slightly soft it looked like when the umpire Rob White balled it off.
Is there much moisture out there, is there? For
No.
the time of year.
There was plenty of moisture here at 7:45 when we all turned up this morning. It was like a covering of frost on the ground, but no, it's
Yeah.
pretty dry out there now. The wicket's very, very dry for this time of year, as I was saying earlier on. They do an outstanding job here, the groundsmen, and I'm sure to the viewers it looks fantastic on the camera as well. But they do really do a great job here.
What has the rainfall been like, actually? I mean, obviously we've all been living in England. I should have known this for myself, but almost instinctively it feels as though the rainfall's been a bit light in March and February.
I mean,
My thought
I
process
haven't,
being, I hope we're not
I
gonna have
haven't kept a measurement on it, Kev, but I think the...
Do the groundsmen have, don't they... Do they do it before these games, before a championship match? Don't they dip in the...
They do the moisture content and the bounce test before championship games. I don't think we've done it before this game, but no, we've been in the marquee obviously over the other side, but we've been fielding outside all the way through March and haven't missed a session. So we've been very fortunate with the rainfall.
That means we're going to have a really wet April and May, basically, is where I'm going with this.
Lots of cups of tea while we watch the rainfall at Lord's, I think. But then we're lucky at Lord's, aren't we? We barely miss any cricket. As soon as the rain stops, we're pretty much out there. So we are very, very fortunate with that.
Down the track, not quite getting to it, not quite getting hold of it either, Clark. Just dot ball to deepish mid-on, Greatwood. 2007, I think it was. Ed Joyce was around at that time. I remember speaking to him about it, and he said he'd never known a summer like it. Pretty sure it was 2007. Absolutely drenched everywhere you went around the country. Gone. Picks out deepish mid-on, and Souter has his man. Clark has gone for 10, 181 for 6.
We did say that Jordan Clark could hit a long cricket ball and is quite aggressive, and he's proved his point there with a couple of shots in that last over.
Just thinking with Steele showing a couple of shots as well, they're not... This isn't a tactic, is it? They seem to have upped it a little bit, haven't they? They're not thinking about... let me rephrase this question. Is it definitely a Surrey batting day all day today, come what may?
I believe so, yeah, unless they're looking at trying to have a second hit. Get this first one out of the way. We'll take a second new ball and we go again. But no, I believe that we're going to be bowling all day here. So, but
Steele had opened up with a couple as well, because as you said, probably most correctly on it all, that perhaps he was just getting a bit frustrated with Souter.
Yeah, Souts can be. Souts is naggingly accurate and not a huge spinner of the ball, but challenges both edges of the bat and will make you play a lot of forward defensives. So yeah, pressure had built there a little bit, and I think once Ryan Patel had got out, maybe scoreboard had dried up a little bit as well. And obviously when the left and right hand combination were in, it makes it harder to maintain a line as a bowler. So perhaps the single opportunities that Cam Steele was getting perhaps dried up a little bit as well, and therefore he has felt he's needed to move it on.
Overton out to join Steele.
Another clean hitter of a cricket ball.
Pretty easily recognisable as well, isn't he? I actually hadn't looked at all. You just whispered in where it's Overton. I hadn't even looked if I had. Pretty easily distinguishable. Big man from Somerset originally.
He looks like he's adjusted to life pretty well at the Oval. I think he's playing a big part in both their formats, in the T20 and in Championship cricket now.
It's high up on the bat, so he gets a good stride in. It's up to the splice. It was Overton, in fact, that I just think Joe Cracknell put that hole in the wall at Lords, didn't he, under Old Father time?
He did on his debut. Sat back and yeah, picked
amazing
him up.
Shot that, wasn't it?
It was a fantastic shot, and Crackers is a very, very clean striker of a cricket ball, and along that theme, is known to hit, put a few holes in walls at North Middlesex's club, and through our academy time as well. So he does hit Crackers does hit a long cricket ball.
Max Holden coming on for a bit of off spin. I was going to say that to you a little while ago, and we talked about the improvement in his fielding. I haven't seen much of his off spin in recent years. He bowled that brilliant spell against the Australians in the tour match at Lords, one for 27 off 10. I can't forget it, because everybody else was getting smacked apart from Max that day.
Well, Max won't let you forget his figures either, which is the lovely thing about Max. No, Max will be honest to say that he's struggled a little bit with the ball over the last few years, as young spinners can do. And the thing with Max is he as an off spinner, he does give it a good rip. And therefore always going to be harder to be accurate, easier to be sort of an off spinner that just rolls them out, almost like a little bit of a seamer. But Max does give it a good spin, so tougher to be accurate in that instance, and hopefully he's done a lot of work. Max has done a lot of work with Mark Lane on this, on his bowling this winter. He's bowled a lot of balls, so hopefully this is the start of something good for him, because if Max can bowl and bat in our top six, it does create a nice possibility with the balance of our side, and especially in the white ball cricket as well.
Nice start.
A little bit of drift, bit of spin.
You get the impression he's the kind of guy, Max, as well, that if he was going well with the ball, it'd take a little bit of pressure off his batting.
Yeah, I think so. And I think when you look at Martin Anderson, for instance, Martin has not scored the runs that he would want to. But because he's been taking wickets regularly in four-day cricket, he's felt a big part of the team. And I agree with what you say there, Max. This can give him a little bit of a second string, and can take the pressure off his runs, and he can add a different dimension.
Just drags that one down, single down to long leg. I remember when Neil Dexter took on the captaincy for Middlesex, Golden Army was called before it, and I remember saying it to him, don't now stop bowling yourself just because you become captain, and first thing he did was stop bowling himself. But it just added the weight of pressure on his batting as well then.
So he wasn't that interested in your tactics, is that what you're saying?
Oh, that one's gone down the throat of deep mid-wicket. Oh, goodness me. Straight out to John Simpson at deep mid-wicket, and then is the end of Cameron Stewart. 183 for 7. And Holden has a wicket in his first over.
Golden arm.
When he becomes captain, make sure he keeps bowling.
Maybe we should listen to your tactics more often here, Ken. Maybe you're an untapped resource in the commentary box.
I've been trying to tell Gus over the years, you know. But
have you got any other master strokes that you'd like to share with the viewers?
I have to start charging at that point.
A very good innings from Cam Steele. They'd be disappointed, obviously, with that dismissal, but he's played very, very nicely.
183 for 6. Steele makes his way off, and yeah, did extremely well earlier today, didn't he? With Patel, when it could have gone horribly wrong. 43 for 4, I think it was.
This looks like Conor McCurr to me, I believe.
That's Join Overton, who, again, as you said, Overton will play his shots, won't he? Yeah, it was 43 for 4 when Sam Curran departed. Partnership for 122, the 5th wicket between Patel and Steele. Patel 85, Steele 53. Overton still there on 1. So McCurr, then Taylor and Dunn to come.
I hope it's Conor McCurr. I think it is.
We'll trust the scorecard. They've been pretty sharp on that one. Oh, it's Luke Coleman.
Oh.
This ball's clipped out to deep mid-wicket for a single. I'll tell you my excitement on that. I just found out the other day his dad's AFC Wimbledon fan because he tweeted me after I was at the game.
And Luke is a bit upset. They haven't won in 20. He was telling the boys earlier on today.
21.
Is it 21 now?
Is he claiming 20? 20 in the league, 21 in all. They've just sacked the coach as well.
We've got a big game coming up against MK Dons, I believe.
They do. Sheffield Wednesday this weekend and then MK Dons.
That's a tough run in that, I think, for the boys.
You already knew it. I thought that's what his smile might have been about. We were having a chat about Wimbledon just before the start of play today.
Yeah, you got a feel for Luke, really. 21 games. It's tough being an AFC Wimbledon supporter at the moment. But he comes into work with a smile on his face, and I can't fault him for that. We've had quite a lot of football chat here, Kev, haven't we? I apologise if nobody likes football and it's just you and I.
We're allowed it in the middle of a quieter spell this afternoon. I just saw that flash up a minute ago, though. I did his very last interview with him. That's what I did for him, obviously. It's the pads, nothing to him.
Must be the last over before tea, do we think?
Yes, it must be close, mustn't it? Are we going by time today rather than?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, 20 to 40.
Do you need to go? Do you need to be in place for it? I guess it's.
No, nothing to say. No, that's Richard Johnson's job.
4 in the first session, 3 in the second. It's actually been a good finish to this session for Middlesex.
It has, yeah, and I think we'll be relatively pleased with the day's work so far. I think it'd be nice to finish this off in a disciplined way. I think that's what we lacked a little bit.
Oh, big old pick up there from Overton. 6 runs, 191 for 7. They really have looked to open up against South, but as we say, perhaps that's just to try and hit him off his length.
Yeah, I think so, and yeah, I think it's been a decent day's work, and I think against Kent last week, at the back end of last week, the third session was probably the one we struggled in a little bit with our consistency from the bowlers. Yeah, so I think that will be the challenge here for this group of bowlers to back up some good work that they've done in the first couple of sessions and finish off the job well, and that doesn't necessarily mean taking all 10 wickets. I think that's just finishing with some discipline.
Good ball to respond. They'll just scamper a single here. White will throw to the non-strikers end, but they're comfortably through. Nice leave.
Not sure where Robbie White's thrown that.
Solid defence again from McCurr. Is that T? I think we are all turning and going. Alan Coleman, thanks very much. Good luck in the new role.
Thanks, Kev.
Good to see you so early in the season. I'm sure I'll see you before this game's out again, but
I think I'm on again tomorrow.
Good luck. Thanks for your time. Alan Coleman is joining us on the mic. Hopefully again tomorrow, and hopefully another good couple of sessions to talk about for Middlesex as well. This is the live enhanced stream for Middlesex. We'll be back in just under 20 minutes with the coverage here of this pre-season game against Surrey. 191 for 7. Surrey batting first in this one. No toss for this one. Surrey to bat day 1, Middlesex to bat day 2. So I'll probably come out again this evening to have a little knock with a new ball. So we're saying with Alan Coleman there. Many thanks to him and Angus Fraser earlier in the session. If you're watching on the stream, of course, you can scroll back and see that. Good chat this morning as well with the CEO, Andrew Cornish, and Ankit Shah, the co-chair of the EDI committee. A very important conversation had with him and ongoing for the county and all of cricket at the moment. But we're back in just under 20 minutes here. Tea at Merchant Taylor School, 191 for 7. And welcome back to the live stream here at Merchant Taylors' School. Max Holden to get us underway after the interval. Overton on strike. So resuming 192 for 7, this 2-day pre-season match. Well, slips out on Max Holden, no ball called. Little loose there. No worries at all, Maxie. Same again. No ball for Holden. The first two slip out. Apologies for anything you may have picked up on the effects mic there. And Holden going to have to leave the attack. It's 2 waist-high full tosses. To the surprise of everybody, 2 waist-high full tosses. He's out of the attack. That's the end of Max Holden's innings for Middlesex. To his disappointment, he's just settling in, as Alan Coleman said before the break, that it was a real chance for Holden this year to try and add another string to his bow. Of course, he's bowled over the years for Middlesex, well as well on many occasions. Sam Robson's leg spin. He's going to replace Max Holden's off spin at the Benham end. Slight delay as Sam Robson warms himself up for the start of his spell here at Merchant Taylors, replacing Max Holden. Nicely landed ball from Robson to get himself going. Single taken, 195 for 7. If you want to get in contact, don't forget Middlesex_CCC. Include the hashtag #OneMiddlesex. Send us a snap if you're here at the ground from whatever angle, but send us a picture wherever you're tuned in around the world as well. The other leg spinner in the Middlesex ranks. Nathan Souser doing the spin workout here. Tackled away. Be a single out to deep square. Be 200 up as well for Surrey. 200 for 7. 59th over of the innings. Nice shot straight away at Souter in the covers, just in front of our commentary tent here. End of the over, it is 201.47, 59 gone here on the live and enhanced Middlesex stream. And delighted to say, latest guests in the tent is the cricket participation manager at Middlesex, Sharon Ayres. Sharon, good to see you. Nice to have you with us again.
Good to see you again, Kevin, as well. It's fantastic to be here again.
Oh, fantastic. The cricket season's back. Seems just the other day we were at Radlett on the stream for the London Cup, wasn't it? Middlesex, Surrey that day?
Yes, it was. London Cup. It seems such a long time ago, and I'm so pleased that we're going to get a really good season in this year. And fingers crossed, no regulations.
No, indeed. That was all the talk last time we were together, all the challenges that you face. Interesting winter, or was it clear of everything?
It was an interesting winter. We still had to keep a lot of regulations in place, but we managed to get a full programme in of all of our normal items of street cricket and our coach education programme with very little miss-ups. So we've done really well to make sure those protocols were in place to keep everybody safe.
How's it all gone? The street cricket, all the other bits?
Street cricket's going really well, considering the 2.5 year gap. It's going really well. Numbers are starting to rise back up to the numbers they were before. Coach education has been excellent.
Here's Souter from the Lake End. What's the difference between street cricket and cage cricket?
Street cricket's been around such a long time from the subcontinent with tape ball cricket. Any space at all rather than just caging it up.
It's a great entry level for the game, isn't it? For anybody, anywhere.
Well, it's a great game for us because especially in London we just don't have the facilities. Yeah, talking about street cricket, really good for us in London. Very big lack of grass areas, so we can find any space under motorway bridges, little cages, we can just get the street cricket going.
At least one taken back at a point. Settle on the single happily. How important is that for, well, not just Middlesex, but all of the game of the cricket, that kind of entry level stage?
We need an entry level everywhere. We've got to take away the barriers for cricket. You know, we know what cricket has and what we talk about around barriers. The challenges we still face in London is those barriers around space and the barriers around finance still. We've come out of COVID. Now we're looking at cost of living going up heavily, so it's going to be even more challenges for our team.
Use of the feet, it'll just be a single to deep mid on for Overton. 206 for 7. Go on, expand on that for me, the cost of living going up and that being a challenge.
Well, I think you can see it yourself, Kevin. I mean, I'm noticing it in my pocket as well. That
in terms of because of what you can pay the coaches?
No, just the cost of living for parents, and cricket is a cost. Even All Stars and Dynamos, which I love as a programme, is still a cost. You know, it's £40 a programme, and people for to be able to afford that in London is really causing us a headache.
Is that where the charities come in terms of being able to help fund? Lord's Taverners do a lot, don't they, over the years? There's been many Barclays Spaces for Sport, I remember, used to contribute a lot. How much are you able to draw on charities? Nice ball landed from Robson to start the new over.
The challenge is now with the charities, and they're using fund agents that we've worked with in the past. Over COVID, they've repurposed their funding to helping to feed people, to get people back in the workplace. So finding money for cricket has been difficult, so we're having to work hard.
Slapped away. And 4 runs it'll be. 210 for 7.
All Stars and Dynamos, we're looking really good for that at the moment, Kevin. We've raised such a lot of money over the winter, so we're very pleased that we'll be able to give away a minimum of over 1,000 places for young people in the inner city of London to try the All Stars and the Dynamos programme, so we're really grateful to those funders for that.
John Simpson just switching across to reinforce the covers from the onside. So the leg spinner spinning it away from the right-hander. So those fundraising events are crucial at the moment.
They're really crucial, and we're grateful for our partners. The ECB have come to the table as well. Sky Sports have come in with Dynamos, targeting the 100 audience. We're still working hard at the moment, but like I said, we've reached around about that, just over 1,000 places already, and we're not going to stop. We've got programmes running from May through to the summer, so we'll keep working to find more money to get that chances out there.
Thousand places. What is that? All across the borough of the county? Sorry, of Middlesex.
That'd be right across Middlesex, from right down in Richmond, right up to Tower Hamlets, where the need is.
So obviously Middlesex does have a much bigger reach. You could link up with Berkshire, obviously, here in Hertfordshire. It's a good catchment area all around the county of Middlesex, isn't there? But in terms of those 1,000 spaces, do you focus solely on the county itself?
Yeah, those places are solely for our Middlesex boroughs. We've got 17 of them. We're working really hard. So we've just done a partnership with Brooks MacDonald, who have given us 100 places for girls only in Tower Hamlets. So we're running three camps across Tower Hamlets. Really excited to do that and then get them down to have a look.
How do you get to the girls? How do the girls get to the cricket? Which goes first? Is it put out there for people to apply, people to find themselves, or do you actively go out to find them? Just bringing in the square leg, which is slowing things up before the start of that ball. Sorry, Sharon, go on. Do you go to find the girls themselves, or is it an active search that you do to recruit in players, to find players, to try and drag that interest in, or is it something that's done via posters, etc.? Shows how old I am. Posters, social media.
Yeah, we actually really go out. We want to make sure that the bursary places are getting to the right children, the right families. So we work with the head teachers of individual schools near our camps, and we get them to help us select those girls.
Shot defended back up the track. So there's a nucleus then for you. There's a ground. So there's what's the word I'm looking for? There's a map for you already to work off. And is that going into the classrooms? Is it going to the PE teachers and telling them, can you pass it on? Or
Yeah, that's working with the head teachers directly that know their children and which ones of those families are struggling.
how long has that been in place? This kind of initiative, this kind of scheme?
Do you know, Middlesex has done really well at this. All Stars is in its 5th year, and we always felt it was a barrier in London right back in the beginning, 5 years ago.
Go on, tell me a little bit more about that. 210 for 7 at the end of the over.
So like I said, 5 years ago, All Stars come into play to reach a new generation of cricketers, that 5 to 8 year olds, and it's a great programme. But ECB put a cost on it of £40 per head, and for so many families at Middlesex, right in those inner London boroughs, £40 is just too much for those families to pay out. And Middlesex always felt we needed to tackle that. And so ever since day one, we've raised lots of money ourselves to give so many children a chance.
Nice ball to start up again from Robson. And the way the structure works now, it's almost straight into the Middlesex women's side, isn't it? And then the next level up nowadays is the all the various regional sides, and after that the 100.
Yeah, it's really exciting for the women's game at the moment. It's causing us a challenge. We have a lot of levels now that we never had years ago.
Oh, sweep attempted there by Overton, thumps onto the chest, I think. I want to say straight into the Middlesex side, of course. That's more in terms of availability, because players will then be playing in the regional, which will leave gaps in the Middlesex side, I assume.
Yeah, Kevin, there's so much cricket out there now for that top level player with the regional, Middlesex, the 100, that actually clubs are the ones that are losing out because the women now aren't available to play for clubs on a Sunday. So we've really got to rebuild that grassroots level there.
It can only be a positive thing, can't it, though, if everybody's pushing up through the levels. All right, the immediate impact at club level might be a drop-off in quality in the short term, but in the long term, that's only ever going to be a gain, isn't it? Wristily driven away. Make sure he's over the top of it, Overton, as he gets a single out to Souter on the cover boundary.
Absolutely, Kevin. Yeah, it's going to be a positive long term. The fact that now we can show a pathway for young girls, 5, 6 years old, starting their journey right up to be a professional cricketer. You can't argue against that. That's going to be a great thing and a positivity for the game. The 100 was good for the women's game particularly. And young girls to inspire to be there. We just got to really work hard now. One of my jobs is to get more women into the game so we get a bigger base, and then Middlesex and the clubs are still full even though those better players are going on and playing. So that's just going to come. It's a natural evolvement of the game.
What are participation levels like at the moment then? Cricket participation manager being your role, how do they fluctuate year to year at the moment? Do you see much of an increase or decrease, or is it plateaued a little at the moment?
So we monitor our numbers through many ways, through clubs and through play cricket, and over the COVID period we saw a real increase, especially in adult men actually, because of the travel restrictions. The concern will be now as countries open up and people can travel, will we see it go back to pre-COVID levels? But over those 2.5 years we saw a massive rise in participation across Middlesex.
Nice use of the feet. That's going to go all the way. A cry catch it, but it's lofted over long off for 6. 217 for 7. Sweet shot from Overton. He moves on to 19. They go to fetch the ball. Sharon Ayres alongside me in the commentary tent. You'll have to correct me on this one if I'm wrong, but participation levels basically drop off at 15, don't they, men and women? Does that remain the biggest challenge?
That is a trend that we still see, but we're bringing in many things now to try and keep people in the game, different competitions.
Shorter games, short format cricket.
Yeah, so we got our transitional projects, which we have the Under-17 Cup and we have the Under-19 T20, which helps to keep those young boys into the game longer.
It's a game of late bloomers as well, isn't it, cricket? You really can see men and women 19, 20, 21, and even in the professional game, see them at 26 breaking through. The crucial thing is not to lose them in between before that breakthrough period. It's a challenge all across the country. Is it more so in London, would you say?
I'd say it's a little bit more of a challenge in London because it's quite transient. We have a lot of people coming in and out. We have teachers coming in and out. We have people come abroad to work in London. So it's more difficult in London, but it is a problem that we see right across the country. The transition projects, that Under-17, the Under-19 Cup, is excellent in keeping those young lads together. And actually, for the first time this year, we've put in an Under-17 Girls Cup. So rather than my competition stop at 15s, we've now added that transitional comp to try and keep those young girls playing together as friends before frightening them off going into the women's team. So we believe that's going to help with the women's game, and then it would be hoped that we can add an under-19 T20 Cup as well for young girls as well in the future.
This is in Middlesex. Be a couple here at least. Down to fine leg, long leg coming around. 220 for 7. So that's club teams around Middlesex in the under-19s.
Yes, that is. It's really good. The numbers are rising steadily each year, even in that competition for boys. And like I say, we've added the girls one now this year as well, which is really exciting to see that.
When is the London Cup this year, actually? You've got it penciled in, Middlesex, Surrey? I can look it up, don't worry if you haven't. You don't have to have it.
Yeah, I believe it's just come out, actually. It's now been confirmed. But top of my head, Kevin, I can't tell you that date at the moment.
I'll look it up, don't worry. It's at the Oval this year, the London Cup, 23rd of June. They're rotating each year. 1 year at Middlesex hosts, 1 year Surrey hosts.
And I have to say, Middlesex are still champions there. We've held that cup all the time, and I'm really looking forward to watching that game again this year as Middlesex try and keep it in hand.
Competition in that.
There is. That London Cup has been the biggest rivalry game around. Those women's teams really want to win it, and I know Surrey are desperate to get their hands on the cup.
Why so? How did that rivalry build up? I mean, sometimes I talk to the Middlesex men's team about the rivalry with Surrey, and they go, nah, it's probably overblown. But it seems it's more so on the women's side.
There's always been rivalry between Middlesex and Surrey. I used to work for Surrey, let's put it out there. And
yeah, I was surprised how they play down the London derbies of the men's side. Maybe that's because they don't want if they come out on the wrong side of it, you don't want the opposition getting too much.
Absolutely.
Too much joy. Single down to long off. Overton on to 30. Good innings this from him. 222 for 7. So how is the season shaping up for Middlesex women, who of course provide for the Sunrisers as well?
Yeah, shaping up really well. I've been talking to Carrie a lot. We're obviously working very closely together now to improve women's cricket. I know she'll talk to you tomorrow about that, but they're shaping up well, and there's a little Women's Day on the 22nd of April at Lord's, which will be a nice little start for Sunrisers, Middlesex and the MCC.
Punched really to mid-on. Not too much of the foot movement there on that one, but punch drive only as far as mid-on. 22nd, is that the Women's Day?
Yeah, 22nd of April. I've just heard about that. There's going to be a couple of T20 games on at Lord's between the MCC Sunrisers and Middlesex Women, so that's really exciting. They love playing there.
Oh, sharp throw comes in from Greatwood. Sada had to get out of the way of that one. Could have taken his knees off.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day. The women love it. I mean, they don't play as much as they would like at Lord's, so when they get their opportunity, they just grab it with both hands. So let's hope the weather holds for that one.
Was it the London Cup the first time that Middlesex women played at Lord's? I think it was. Seems to remember the pictures of that game. This one's left alone, is it? Yeah, outside of the off stump, not signalled as anything more. Souser is having a little glance at the umpire now. That's a pre-season delivery. Nice ball.
Yes, it does seem unbelievable, doesn't it, that that game was the very first time the county of Middlesex women actually got a chance to play at Lord's. But it was a great event. The women loved it. And they've played there since then as well, and now they got the chance this year on the 22nd of April. But they are playing on better grounds now as we move along. They play down here, they play at other top quality games, grounds across the county.
Uxbridge and Southgate feature in there. We mentioned them earlier today. Old outground venues for Middlesex. Are they used by the women as well now?
I don't think they're using those ones, but I know they're working closely with Lorraine, and I know Carrie will talk about it more tomorrow about how we do try and find them quality grounds, because it just helps with the quality of the cricket, and we know that from watching the England women in the World Cup at the moment. When you get on quality grounds, it really helps.
How much of a link up is there between the counties when it comes to participation, or is it you link with the ECB and then the ECB link with the counties? Or do you link in amongst yourselves, obviously being close neighbours with Surrey? A couple here has just got away from the slip. Backle point giving chase. I think it's Max Holden. It does slide. Keeps them to 3. Yeah, do you have much of a link up with the near neighbours?
We do actually, because the ECB, when they brought regional cricket in for the women, they wanted to stop county women playing, and that was the overall plan. But actually the London counties all got together and still retain a 50-over competition, but just fund it themselves. So we do have a really good relationship with our neighbouring counties, because we believe that's still required at the moment for the women. The ECB only fund a 20-over competition at the moment because of the funding that goes into the regional women's team, so hence why the regional counties have picked up on the 50-over comp.
Of course, the big one this year is a double header for Middlesex and the Sunrisers in a T20 game. Both at Lord's?
It's down at Radlett, actually.
Is it Radlett? Is it Radlett?
Down at Radlett, so we're hoping to get some girls down to watch, because the first time they'll be able to see Sunrisers, because they've not played in Middlesex yet today.
Were they meant to have a game here last year at MTS? Did it get moved?
I'm not sure what happened to that one. We were excited about that coming in, but the Sunrisers have mainly played in Kent, so we're pleased we're getting them a little bit closer with the one game at Radlett.
Yeah, Chelmsford and Wantage Road also for the Sunrisers, isn't it? And of course, Lords. It's difficult for Middlesex to play there. But yeah, double header on that one. That's an exciting day at Radlett, isn't it? I think I'm doing the stream for both of those games.
I hope you do. It's going to be a fantastic day.
I hope so too. Double bubble.
Lucky you.
At least I think that's what my agent's working on. Agent Fletcher, buy him a beer at the end of the day.
No, we're really looking forward to that one. I just hope I can get some of the schools out of their lessons. So it would be really good for some secondary school girls to come down and have a look at that game. We're doing a massive project at the moment in secondary schools. ECB have allocated us some funding to really do a research and development project around why secondary girls don't play. So massive surveys going out over the next 6 months. We're really going to shine a light on the barriers and the reasons why girls don't play, and see if we can change that going forward.
How big a challenge is that in state schools, though, without the playing fields? Or is it a case that you just play street cricket in the playground?
It's going to be a massive challenge. There'll be many boroughs where there's no grass at all. There might be the odd sports hall, bit of turf on the roof that we've played on before. A few of them do have sports halls, though, so we might have to focus on the indoor game to start with.
But that is okay, isn't it? It's just about having people playing at whatever level, at whatever standard, be it street cricket, village cricket, just as long as people are playing or have the access to play. How much is it getting back in state schools in terms of playing indoor cricket?
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of indoor cricket on. I mean, we're just at the regional stage of the girls' competition. We didn't have anything for 2.5 years for COVID, so we've had 56 teams enter this year.
The playing fields aren't going to come back, are they? So that's got to be the only way forward now, hasn't it? Getting state schools, encouraging them to play indoor cricket and street cricket.
Absolutely, it does give them an opportunity. Those two formats do help out where we don't have any grass, but we do work with our cricket clubs.
Just tickled away. They'll pick up a single. Just in front of Cullen at 45.
Yeah, so our cricket clubs are really helpful. So if they're in close partnership with the school, they'll let them use their grass. But obviously we've got many boroughs that don't have any grass. So that's always going to be a challenge. So like you say, those alternative formats, any format. So we are looking to do that piece of work with girls. But what format would you like to play? And we'll invent it for them.
Quite a catch. I think it was a bump ball as far as extra cover. Spilled away by Holden, who was just smothering it. Souter goes to collect off his own bowling. Single taken. 2:30 for 7. End of the over. Sharon Ayres alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic, the cricket participation manager at Middlesex, just discussing the challenges. I mean, what a challenge you had the last 2 years. How frustrating was it? I mean, obviously there was bigger problems for the world, but how frustrating was it in terms of the job?
It has been really frustrating over those 2.5 years. There was a whole period of time where we didn't play at all and we're all stuck at home. And actually, as we start to open the doors, cricket did offer that outlet for families to come out, get in the fresh air again, come and be safe, come and join the cricket clubs. The challenge now will be for those clubs to retain those young people and those families who did come out during COVID. As we've seen now, like I said, the airports are opening, holidays are back online. We may see a great deal of people now go back to travel, which means they won't be around in the summer to play as much cricket.
Nice use of the feet, and that's going to be 6 more. Lovely pick-up shot. Goes a long way into the crowd, away to our right-hand side. Stay back. Sam Robson cries to... who is it down there? Blake Cullen, I think it is. No, it isn't. It is Ethan Bamber. And they're both back, in fact, long off and long on now. 41 for Overton. 2:36 for 7, Surrey. So what does the week look like for you as a participation manager? I guess pretty busy, a lot of time on the road.
It is now. I've spent a lot of time at home over the last couple of years, but just in the last few weeks I've been on the road a lot. So very varied this week. Kindly been asked down to do this. We got the indoor girls competitions happening. I'm working with a street project for girls for the first time on a Tuesday night. Because mainly street has always been targeted at boys and we don't get many girls go to it. So we've got a girls only camp happening every Tuesday night for 9 to 14 year olds at William Perkins School, 6 to 7:30. So come on down, it's free of charge if you're in the area.
The beauty of football is it's such a simple sport. You need 1 ball and 4 jumpers, don't you? But equally, cricket can be overcomplicated, as we see with street and cage cricket. Basically, you need a bat, 1 bat and 1 ball, and you can use anything as the stumps. As long as you've got the bat, you can play cricket anywhere. Is that the way forward now, especially in places like London, in the city of London? Oh, now... It sounded like there was a noise there. It sounded like 2 noises. It sounded like a nick and a slap into the gloves. Appeal was interesting that White looked to whip away at the bails. He didn't remove them. I think they're asking the question of the umpire now, what was up with that? He certainly didn't take the bails off, so it wasn't for a raised foot. They were asking from the standing umpire. Umpire Long. I think I can see him smiling away as he walks back towards square leg, but not out the decision. 2:38 for 7.
Yeah, I think over the years cricket has been a little bit traditionalist. I'm a traditionalist. I like watching test matches, but however, if we want young people to inspire to play this game, let them play anywhere. We've got to stop overcomplicating the rules, overcomplicating the equipment that we require. Just let them play. We overcomplicate what they got to wear, and that's off-putting as well to some young people.
I remember when I played at school. I went to a state school, so it was just played in the playgrounds. There were no rules. It was just hit the ball, wasn't it? If you get it to there, it's 4. If you get it over there, it's 6. If it hits your legs, you're not out. And that's it, basically. Get on with it.
Absolutely.
So I didn't see that as much of a barrier. The problem was you played so little of it, and obviously you didn't have the playing fields had gone by then. So you just didn't play enough of it. It was pretty much just one enthusiastic PE teacher at primary school, I remember, that got us playing.
That actually is still the case, Kevin. If you get that keen teacher, then you know cricket's going to take place at that school. The barrier now is we need to interview those teachers and find out how we can help them reintroduce cricket into schools and find out what's happening.
Is it something that you have to speak to the government about those? Does not need to be a government-led that the country's second sport should be played in schools?
I'd argue that I don't think it is our second sport now. There is a risk that basketball has crept up. The figures are low. I think only 4% of...
Oh, rapping on the pads. Nothing doing from the umpire.
I believe the latest stats that came out of Chancellor Shine was only about 4 to 6% of children in schools pick cricket in their top 10 of sports. And basketball has crept up quite a lot, so we're not that guaranteed second sport in this country. We really need to work hard at it.
How long ago did that report come out? How long ago did that report come out?
That was about 2 or 3 years ago, and we're hoping it's gone up soon. I don't know when the next survey will be to see if those stats have gone up, but that's pretty low. And we need our coaches to inspire.
It's a lovely shot. Cracks away through the covers. 2:42 for 7. 70th over here at Merchant Taylors School. And angry, Nathan Souser receives his cap and then flicks it out to get ready to put it on his head again. 14 for McCurr, 42 for Overton will have the strike. The Middlesex Live enhanced stream. If you want to get in contact, at Middlesex_CCC. And don't forget the hashtag #OneMiddlesex if you want to get through to us. Sharon Ayres alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic at the moment, the cricket participation manager. Discussing the difficulties of participation facing cricket. It's been facing cricket for 30 odd years now, hasn't it, really? Since the playing fields went. It's had to be a change of approach, change of thought.
Absolutely. We're working hard. Our team works hard to try and maintain the grass areas that we got and work with government. I think there's a brand new London facility plan being drawn up at the moment. How we look into that. We're doing a huge interview process, survey process with all the secondary schools. And actually, while we're doing that survey, we're going to find out what their facilities are. The biggest thing about schools is across the county, they do have the facilities, but planning stops them from opening. And that's where we've got to work with government and Sport England. Let's take that planning away so we can use their fields and their sports halls at weekends. And that's a big problem across London. We need help getting that. Get those facilities opened, then we can offer more children more sport.
It's a lovely ball by Ethan Bamber back into the attack at the Benham ends, placing Sam Robson. So yeah, just expanding on that, the planning is preventing school facilities being used at weekends, state school facilities.
Absolutely.
Of course, here at Merchant Taylors, private school facilities, they'll be used happily at the weekends.
Yes, they've got a club on site that use this ground all the time at the weekend. So Old Merchant Taylors, based just to the left of us.
Just trying to think of the games that Middlesex play down here on a Saturday and Sunday. All of these fields are usually pretty busy, aren't they, in the morning with kids? Nice ball by Bamba. Nicked away down to third. Just be a couple. 2:44 for 7.
Yeah, absolutely. This place is full of young people at the weekends, and the teams. Old Merchant Taylor's got a really growing section at the moment of young boys.
So who do you have to work with on that? Is it the mayor, or what's the mayor's office, or?
It will be the mayor's office and local councillors where the planning is made and those restrictions are put in place for those schools.
Is restrictions nationwide, or is it council by council?
It will be council by council, but I think there is a lot of places that have the same problems. I know when I've worked for other counties before, they've had similar issues. And I know Sport England are working really hard, and they've prepared documents to help people like us and other sports try and work with councils to get those facilities open at the weekend. But local residents are not keen. You know, they see thousands of kids come in Monday to Friday. They want a bit of peace and quiet on their roads at the weekend, unfortunately. But they are slowly opening. Sport England have done a good job over the last few years, but we've still got a lot of places that are closed.
Oh, it's a lovely ball by Bamba. Just drew him into it. Well beaten by that one. 2:45 for 7. We're 43 for 4 this morning. Surrey, but Patel, Cameron Steele, the pair that put together a partnership for 123. Is it too early for hay fever? It's starting to feel my nose tickle. Or are we just coming into the right time now? We are, aren't we?
I think we're just coming into the right team. There you go again, and bless you.
Or the wrong time. Thank you. Let's pace and bounce on that one from Bamba. White takes it above his right shoulder. Actually, temperatures drops a little bit of hazy clouds just swept in for the first time. It's been blue sky for the most part today. Surrey batting first in this one. No toss. Obviously an agreement of which way around it'd go. 2:47 for 7. There's the shot of the pavilion there in the middle. We're to the left in the commentary tent, and the scorers to the right. That's the Surrey tent, all the way to the right hand side. The nets that were being described by Angus Fraser and Andrew Cornish earlier, up in the distance, which are going to be turned around to replicate the slope at Lords, which will be an interesting development for Middlesex seconds and youngsters playing in those. Blake Cullen back into the attack for the first time today, I think, from the Lake End. I think his 3 previous stints have all been from the Benham ends, but running up the hill from the Lake End now. Blake Cullen. New ball available in 9 overs time. Nice line of length start up for Cullen. Oh, so impressive last year. Got himself that rookie call up to the 100. I think you and I had a good chat about the 100 in that London Derby, London Cup last year. That for the rights and wrongs of it, and there are many on both sides, and it's been well argued, but for the women's game, it's been an incredible opportunity. Lovely ball again, just drawing him into the drive. Yeah, it's really put the women's game into a spotlight, completely unrecognisable a few years ago.
It so has. The 100 undoubtedly was one of the big success stories of the women's game. The fact that young girls could see it and emulate their heroes and see it on television. You know, not many of us have Sky. I don't even have Sky Sports myself. So it was great to be able to watch that.
Middlesex stream. Who needs Sky Sports?
I'd like to watch the women's games on streaming as well. That would be good.
Lovely ball by Cullen. Good bit of pace and bounce on that one again as it goes through. Oh, misses with the throw. It would have been tight. Jack Davis at square leg. Scampered single. Would have been tight had he have hit. Davis still hands on head. Disappointed he missed. Only one stump to throw at. Had to be sharp about his work as well. 2:48 for 7 at the end of the over. 46 Overton. 2:49 for 7, sorry. 46 Overton, 17 McCurr. It's a lovely ball from Bamber to start new over. Just trying to work out if this is a new ball. It looks to be, actually. You see it in Bamber's. Yes, it is. So the second new ball must have become available at 70 overs, which was the return of Bamber and Cullen. Maybe it would have been earlier than the 70th over, because I know there was one 2 overs back, which would have been the 70th. Cullen bowled the 71st. This is the 72nd. The 70th from Bamber, there was one in particular that White took above his right shoulder, really slapped into the gloves. I thought, he's done well to do that with the older ball still. But it certainly looks as though certainly the second new ball has been taken. See if we can get confirmation on when. Lovely ball. Once again, just a little bit of swing on that. watchfully played into the offside in the end. 2:49 for 7. End of the over, 2:49 for 7. How much of a difference is there between the girls' game at state school and the girls' game in private schools, for example? Obviously, it's a big talking point in the men's game, isn't it? The number of professional players that were privately or publicly educated. For the girls, are the private schools getting on board as much that girls play? No, it wasn't to the same level before. It's nicely tickled away for a single. Just back with a square. Yeah, is there the appetite and is there the response from private schools? Because I guess you're going to both private and state schools.
Yeah, mostly the work over the years, the funding we've had is to go into state schools, but I've just recently started talking to private schools, and now the fact that the rounders has gone from the curriculum, the private schools are really keen for a hardball competition for girls, which we've never had. So just at the moment, we're carrying out a survey with all of our schools in Middlesex to see what the barriers are with teachers. And as much as we're concentrating on the state schools, I'm really interested to talk to the private schools as well. And what they're telling me is that they really do want to put cricket on the map. They really want girls to play as much as the boys, which they've never done before. But what they're lacking is competition. So I am going to try and put that in place for them this summer, if not next.
Oh, it's a sweet pickup. And one bounce 4 heaves over or towards mid-wicket. And that's the 50 up as well. 51 for Overton, 254 for 7. Surrey. And Overton's 50. Well, the partnership with McCurt. Let's have a look and see how much that's moved to now. Overton's on to 51 from 64 deliveries, 2 4s and 3 6s. These two came together. Well, indeed, their partnerships moved to 72 now, of which Overton has 51. Made that 52, 255 for 7. Because again, that's another barrier, isn't it? Even in private schools where the facilities are available, girls aren't playing.
Yeah, and actually I was talking to a couple of girls last night actually who are at a grammar school, and actually they're not being given the opportunity to play. The teachers have said no. So we've had a little conversation about that, and the girls are going to write a letter to the head teacher and see why they can't get that opportunity.
So coming back in from Cullen.
So yeah, that's an interesting point for me. So we do need that opportunity for the independent schools to have a competition. They're really keen, and the good news is actually, and speaking to 2 schools recently, Highgate and Notting Hill, both have really good facilities and have offered to help me run some competitions for the state school sector. So actually this survey work we're doing is really going to open up some doors.
.256 for 7, 52 for Overton, a fine 50 from him. And actually, that's going to bring a retirement. Overton goes to his 50 and he's done. And so is McCurr. They'll make their way off. And it's going to be Rory Burns to make his way back out, I assume with his opening partner from this morning, Smith. So new ball taken. And away we go again. At 256 for 7. So what, another 13 overs left tonight? What do you got coming up soon, Sharon?
I'm really looking forward to actually this weekend. We're doing a really big piece of work around the female workforce. So on Saturday, the 2nd of April, 10 till 1, we're going to have a coaching conference for female coaches or for any female considering taking a coaching course.
Oh, Burn nicks it. Just past fourth slip. On a boundary. Let's get him underway for the day. And he's off the pair on the day. 260 for 9. Lovely ball by Bamba.
Yeah, really excited about this weekend. We've got Jane Powell, the ex-England captain, who's responsible for the scholarship programme at the ECB. We've got Naomi and Amara coming from the Sunrisers. And so far we've got 43 women signed up for it. And big call out to all of those women out there. If you're a coach or a woman who's keen to coach, come along on the day.
Lovely ball again. Where's the information?
So if you go to our website, Middlesex Cricket, go to the women's page, you'll see the sign-up link, free of charge. Come down and see. We've got a masterclass and we're going to talk through those barriers and see how Middlesex can support the next generation of female coaches. So really looking forward. If not, look for my name on the website. Just give me an email and we'll get you onto that booking link. Really be keen to see you.
Lovely ball again. Final overview before you do go, Sharon. Sharon is the cricket participation manager at Middlesex. What's the overview? What would you say at the moment for the girls' game, for the women's game at the moment? What would be an overview summary that you have at the moment?
The overview I'd have at the moment is the game is ripe at the moment to grow. There is so many opportunity out there. There's so many more women and girls who want to play. We just need to put more resource into it, find those facilities, get some more staff involved. There is no reason why.
Lovely ball again, angled in, patiently played by Smith, back up the track.
I think we're in a really good position to really equate the game out. The aim is to be gender balanced. We are aiming to try and get every club in Middlesex with a boys section to have a girls section. We're probably sitting at about 38% at the moment, and the aim is there, and we've got lots of clubs asking us to do it. The biggest thing that we need to address is the volunteer, the workforce. If we can get that addressed, there is no problem to this game being gender balanced.
How do you get that addressed?
We've just got to give women confidence to umpire, to score, to coach. They just don't own their knowledge. I've just run a female-only level 1 this weekend, and what you see there is always the lack of confidence in these women. They don't believe they should be doing the role.
Is the funding there to pay for the coaching?
the money's out there. We've got funding bursaries that we can pay for women to do the coaches, so we can offer that. And also, every single one of my clubs is calling out for a coach, and they're willing to pay. So if anybody wanted to earn a living for cricket, this is the time to do it. But what we are seeing is that undertone of women not being confident, which we see
And
as a
it's
generational
specifically
thing.
female coaches.
Specifically female coaches.
Uppercut. Over point, over Stoneman. They'll pop away for 4 over the boundary rope now as well. Burns moves to 9, 265 for 9. I guess they're retired out, those 2 batsmen. So the funding's there, but the work resources aren't.
Yeah, we just got encouraged, so hence the conference at the weekend, just to share with these women what's out there. What do they need from us to help them become more confident, be involved, to own their skill?
It's a lovely ball from Cullen. Pace and bounce up the slope from the lake ends. Classy stuff from him. I mean, one thing that jumps back at me from that, Sharon, is obviously looking for more female So you're looking for the female coaches at the moment, more of them. End of the over, 266 for 9. Sharon, I said I'd wrap up and let you go. One final point on what you said there about looking for the women to coach the girls at the moment. How big a problem is that? Can you find the men to fill the gaps as well?
Yes, absolutely. There's lots of men out there willing to coach the women, and we want to get them in. We want to say to the men that there is a career path for them.
Quick single taken, just wide of mid-on.
So yeah, what we're looking for is to persuade the men to go, look, come out and coach the girls. The talent is there. The pathway's there. You've got 8 regional teams. You've got Middlesex County. You've got England. You've got Academy. So there's a pathway for men to in the women's game. So please come out and support, work with us. Work out what works well for girls. We're really encouraging these girls to hit the deck, hit the ball as hard as they can early on. And yeah, we'll be doing a massive piece of work with the men coaches in the future as well.
Oh, he's bowled him. Lovely ball from Bamba, and Burns is gone. 268. 10th wicket of the day, and Burns has gone 410. Lovely ball from Bamba. Ronan Jones got him first up this morning for naught. Bamba gets him in the evening before the close. So Jack's replacing Burns. It was Patel who came in at 3 earlier today, but 85 for him of 201 minutes with 154 balls. Jack's joining Smith. LBW to Bamba for 7 earlier today, Jacks. Smith caught Robson, bowled Bamba for 5. .269 on the board for Surrey. 10 wickets down today, but I suppose you say 8 really. 2 were retired. So Jacks and Smith together. Burns gone. Bowled by Ethan Bamba. Have a quick look on the Middlesex Match Centre if you want to see these replays rather than scrubbing back on the stream. You can do it at the same time. It's a lovely ball by Bamba. Goes straight through him. Takes the top of off. Beautiful line and length. So you're listening to and watching indeed the Middlesex live enhanced stream. Myself, Kevin Hand, delighted to say Stephen Fletcher's alongside me. Director of Communications at Middlesex. Say hello to him in a moment as here's Cullen running up the slope to start the new end, the new over. Coming out to us just the side of the tent. Oh, mind your feet. Camera alongside. There we are, Fletch. Give a wave. Fortunately, it didn't linger for long. I know they've got the commentator's cam now anyway, haven't they? Which is even more terrifying for the viewer.
Yeah, we've got it all now.
Yeah, that's a mic, Fletch. You have to put it to your mouth.
Yeah, I've got that. Thank you, mate. So I think hopefully we can avoid the obligatory on-screen commentator cam moment that we've had when all of your guests have joined you today.
Avoid it?
Well, as I direct this operation, the last thing I want is
my ugly mug being on the screen, in fairness. And yours again, Fred.
Well, yeah. You have to put up with that.
I just want to pull you up on something, Kev. So you said Surrey technically 273 for 10, although 8 because of the 2 retirees. It's 10, mate. It's 10. All out.
It's your old marketing and PR days.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, mate. So, yeah, 273 for 10.
So the stream's back again this year. 3rd year for the stream.
Yeah, it is. It is. We obviously launched our enhanced live stream in 2020, in COVID year. We felt it was crucially important that we brought our members a broadcast quality stream. And I think we were, although I'm biased, I think we were head and shoulders above other counties in what we delivered.
Lovely ball once more from Cullen.
Well, I think the best testament to how good our stream was when Richard Johnson and Alex Stewart, walking around the boundary at Lord's, commented on how brilliant it was and how less brilliant Surrey's was. So,
is this a rivalry between the your director,
No, not at all. Not at all.
counterpart?
All friends in the game, Kev. All friends in the game. But no, so we launched in 2020.
Is that what got Jono the job?
It is, absolutely. Absolutely, mate. Yeah, I put in a good word on that front. So yeah, 2020 was COVID year, obviously, and we streamed all year, and that really was a steep learning curve. And we went out with fairly ambitious plans. We wanted to broadcast with multiple manned broadcast cameras, and it was all something we'd not done before. So we, as you well know, we had all sorts of audio issues and picture issues and loss of picture issues and lagging issues and internet issues, and so it was an enormously steep learning curve. And yeah, frankly, it was a year well spent. We got to where we wanted to be at the end of the year, carried that on last year, again in a COVID hit year, but I think now that it's something we've committed to, we're not going to stop. Last year, obviously, the big feather in our cap was when Sky contacted Middlesex, and it was always my vision to produce something that looked like a Sky broadcast, and looked, well, basically was something that our members and followers could sit at home and watch, and it represented a TV broadcast.
Is there any end of the over 273 for 8/10? Is there any talk of that happening again this year with Sky taking any of the games?
I think conversations have been had. I mean, in such a busy schedule, it's hard to know quite where they're going to squeeze it in. Obviously, last year, what prompted Sky's decision to take the first class game on air was the IPL being pulled because of all the COVID issues over in India. So I think with the IPL going ahead this year, that's going to fill their channel certainly for the next 4 to 6 weeks. So I'd struggle to see any 4-day cricket on Sky in the early part of the season. But hey, who knows as you go through.
At risk of being controversial, is there any...
It's unlike you today,
Kev. Is there any other expansion that's possible? I mean, obviously, I freelance as well for the BBC iPlayer, the BBC Red Button, BBC Sport website. Is there that kind of expansion possible there, or is it tied particularly to Sky? Do you know what it is? Here's Toby Greatwood into the attack for the first time today from the Benham end.
I'm just going to comment on Toby first of all. I think he's bowled exceptionally well today. I think he's looked in good rhythm. He's bowled some absolute nuts, some very good deliveries. I've been very impressed with him, to be honest with you. One to certainly keep an eye on if anyone's been out there watching him. He's a heck of a prospect.
Well, I don't just mean that short term, long term as well. Obviously, it's something that will grow the streams, aren't they? The streams of all the counties.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think various counties, different counties, have taken it on to different levels. I mean, there are some very good streams out there now. I think.
But at some point, you could see all the counties catching up with Middlesex. At some point,
I think so.
That will happen. If it does, then there's the opportunity to take the streams a step further, isn't it? To try and grow the audience, which obviously is the intention from Middlesex at this stage.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I think it's important that we stay out in front. I mean, it's important that we do stay out in front, but it's also extremely difficult to stay out in front. What you've got to remember is that 2020 was a year of learning, 2021 was a year of improving and getting it to a point where we were very proud to be the first ever county stream to be broadcast live on Sky. So where do we take that in 2022? We used the Kent game to try some new software improvements and some new equipment upgrades. And if you'd said to me on Thursday and on Friday, Fletch, you might as well stay in bed these next 2 days because all the testing you do is going to be an absolute shambles, I'd have probably taken that and had a good lie-in, because literally
That's clipped away nicely in the air. Picked up off his ankles, really.
it's a lovely shot.
Big pickup for 4.
Yeah, so we've come out of 2 days testing, having learnt a lot more about what we can't do than we can do. So we're obviously, today was our first planned enhanced stream, so we've got 3 manned broadcast cameras here today, a couple of static cameras giving us different angles. And yeah, it's gone well. It's gone well enough. There's been a few teething problems, but there always will be, because we're effectively trying to do a live TV broadcast on a laptop in a field. And it's going to have its challenges. But hey, we're pretty pleased with how it's gone. So.
277 on the board for Surrey.
I mean, obviously we've been looking at ways that we can enhance the stream, and in the absence of finding any ways to enhance the stream, we had to go down a notch or 2. So we've got you on to headline.
I was going
the
to say you've
stream
reached
comms this
you've reached a level that you can afford the big bucks now.
Absolutely blown the budget, mate.
Lovely clip for 4 again. 281 on the boards.
Tell you,
Gloomed
Kev,
over a little bit here.
that glorious weather you talked about this morning.
I know,
that
it's just got a little bit
seems
gloomy,
to have run
isn't it?
away somewhat. It's come a bit cloudy. You kind of say it's probably now better bowling conditions than it was this morning.
I did say to Alan Coleman, so Surrey are batting on the batting day and you're batting on the bowling day tomorrow.
It's generally the way it goes. That's a lovely picture from the cameraman. I must give him a pay rise. That's beautiful, isn't it?
It's you and me in the tent on the left, pavilion in the middle, then the scorer's tent, the Surrey tent away to the right, and the Metropolitan line heading back into central London.
Yeah, those pictures are coming to us from our scissor lift at the bottom end of the ground, the lake end, with Dave on the camera down there. We've got Greg at the other end. Greg, a very friendly Australian who loves a barbie and a beer. Not stereotyping him at all, but he absolutely loves a barbie and a beer. He's a really good man. And pitch side, we've got Hayley, who's bringing us our colour shots and our close-up stuff on the square. So, yeah, good team on board for this one. So Kev, you've been on air all day asking the questions. Let me ask you, how's your winter been? No one ever asks, Kev.
Lovely, doing a bit of football.
Good.
Back in the studio in the BBC, yeah, enjoyed it. Football's been good. Haven't seen Brighton all winter, it's been a bit of a shame.
I tell you, if you'd seen Brighton up to 6 weeks ago, you'd have seen some good football. We've literally fallen off a cliff in the last 6 weeks.
But yeah, it's gone quickly. But then I did see one Middlesex fan, and they said, well, probably is only 5 months since October. And virtually finished on October 1st last year, didn't we? So
yeah, it's so true.
It has come around quickly.
Yeah, it really has. It really has. So yeah, I mean, it's sped by all those things. You kind of come out of a season with a long list of things that you really want to do, and then you wake up one day and it's March the 20th, and you're like, oh wow. And here we are, back at Merchant Taylor's again.
Good ball from Cullen again. That's been very good, thanks. BBC World Service debut the other day.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Covering what, Kev?
Ghana against Nigeria in a World Cup qualifier.
Wow. That's a big gig.
It was a big gig. I'd say that's the biggest audience I've ever broadcast to.
You haven't worked on this stream for that long, mate. So Ghana and
Nigeria.
That's a massive
For a
game.
place at
So World
Qatar.
Cup qualifier.
Yeah, first leg 0-0. Second game
Thriller.
tomorrow night. Asked me back to do it tomorrow night. I said
You
I'm sorry,
can't-
but I'm already booked.
Oh mate, I feel bad now. That's funny because they've asked me to do it, and I've dropped this like a spud. I'm straight over there to do that.
If there's one thing you can't question about me, Fletch, it's my loyalty.
No, that is true. That is true. I've heard many things said about you.
Mainly by
Many
Gus.
things questioned about you, but your loyalty is not one of them. I've just noticed your fluffy boots that Mr. Fraser pointed out earlier. They're exceptional.
Mr. Cornish, yeah, it was the
Oh, was
CEO.
it Mr. Cornish?
These are the old
They're,
football commentators. It's the,
They're quite old man.
they're
Like a pair of slippers. Really?
it's for a cold Tuesday night at Brighton.
Yeah. They're a mixed bag, really. They're like a pair of those really kind of cool desert boots, but then they've got fluffy insides. I like those, Kev.
It's a John Motson furry coat in a boot form.
Had a colleague of mine, Sam Price, that used to wear a Motti coat and copped a bit of flack for it. I promise you.
I've never donned one of those, I have to say.
No.
But I have donned the boots.
Yeah, Sam's gone on to bigger and better things since leaving Middlesex. Wish him well. We've now got on the communications team, we've got Ollie Francis, who's working alongside me on the stream. I say alongside me, he does pretty much most of it now. I just sit here and look stressed and important. Ollie does most of the camera directing now and does a wonderful job cutting all the pictures. Got Ollie Thorpe, our resident cricket badger, behind us, who's doing all of our social media and working on a lot of other bits and pieces. So Ollie's kind of bringing you your stream, the other Ollie's bringing you your match day delivery across the social channels, and then we've got Pistol Pete Whittams, who works for Sharon, who you just heard from, who's kind of offering a bit of support today, looking to get more involved in this kind of the game. So yeah, so the dream team.
Good stuff. It is an amazing expansion from when I started doing the job 20 years ago, and there was nobody in the press department at all.
No, absolutely not. There wouldn't have been. It's a big. I've been working at Middlesex now in various guises, best part of since 2008, so 14 years.
You brought home the first silverware, Fletch.
I did. It was all down to me. 2008.
Ended the trophy drought.
Absolutely right.
Who needed Fraser?
Didn't want to push it too far, so thought we'd give it another 8 years until we got the championship title, and probably high time we got another one.
Cheer
really.
again next year then.
Absolutely right.
2 years.
Yeah, it is 2 years. Can see the maths is still sharp, Kev.
Yeah, football suits my scoring ability better.
Yeah.
It's got gloomy out there again, isn't it? The
it's
light
really
over
dark.
there. I do remember from the Yorkshire match, actually. I think they had to come off early last year.
Yeah, it's funny actually. The Kent game, we had 2, literally glorious days of sunshine, much like it was here this morning. But the sun just shone for 2 days. There was even a chap. I kid you not. There was a chap at
Lovely
the
shot
lake
down
end.
the ground.
That was a glorious shot. It's a chap at the lake end. By 10:30 in the morning, he'd derobed, taken his shirt off, sat there in a pair of shorts, flip-flops, and no shirt.
Was it Gus?
No, it was not Gus, thankfully. Thankfully, it was not Gus.
Was it Self?
No, Kevin, it was not Selv either. And Selv's our president. A little bit of respect, please. I looked across at you earlier, Kevin. You'd kind of slid down in the chair to the point where you were almost horizontal. And
That's
as
standard.
I've sat here leaning back, I'm kind of slowly sliding down and
Try a whole day of it. You
could be lying
On
on
the
the
floor.
floor in a minute.
commentator camera just see the top of our heads in a minute. The scalp.
Love it.
In the days before the static
It's a
cam,
nice
actually,
shot.
that was one of the big requests of the listeners when it all just started with the BBC commentaries, way back in 2004, 2005. The biggest request was not there for be a stream or anything, but just for there to be a commentator cam.
Yeah, yeah.
And I assured them that would never happen.
Well, little did you know, eh?
Can't break down the magic. But no, it's amazing where it's all moved from there. The static cams came into play
Yep.
not that long afterwards.
No, to be fair, you're right. Wasn't
I was
a
trying to
huge
think.
amount of time ago.
Actually, well, you'd probably be able to pinpoint it. So when you started in 2008 with the static cams there then?
No, we started, I think 2010 was the first year. I was
Static
looking
cams,
back
yeah.
on our YouTube channel the other day. We've got some very grainy footage from 2010, and I think that was the first year of the static cam.
Is it like the old 1920s pictures where they walk that little bit faster because
Good
the frame
afternoon
rate?
and welcome to Lords. Middlesex versus Derbyshire, day one.
The frame rate couldn't quite keep up with it, could it? So it all looked like they
People
were
was running
talking.
along really quick. What's that program, Harry Enfield?
Yeah, I'd like
Where
to
they
see.
did the footballers.
I'd like-
Charles, Charles, running down the wing.
I'd like to see them skip a frame on a Tim Mercer running.
Yeah, that might give him a bit of pace, the old boy. Maybe we should, start stealing frames from Merter's video footage.
He's here today. We should be
Comes
careful. His
charging
Souter.
in. He is here today. But he was here today earlier. I've not seen him for a while. You can normally hear him, but I've not seen him for a while.
Captain, he won't have skimped off early, will he?
Yeah, you'd hope not.
He'd be tuned in if he was. So
Absolutely.
evening, Mertz.
Yeah. So where's your
Lovely shot.
your level of
Single there.
optimism, Kev, going into another season?
Sky
What's
high
another
as ever,
season?
frustratingly.
Season 15?
For 18.
18.
There you go, 2
You
years'
don't look
time.
a day over 55. So season 18, you're optimistic, are you? Ahead of the
Annoyingly
season?
optimistic for all Middlesex fans as usual.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that, mate. Ooh,
Ooh,
that's a
lovely
lovely
ball.
delivery from Souts. Good
Uh,
turn there.
Exciting times with the youngsters. I mean,
Yeah, it
last
really
year
is.
for sure. I think my time covering Middlesex, I think anybody covering counties or football teams, to see that number of youngsters come through in such a short space of time.
Yeah, I agree. I
And
mean,
from a commentator's perspective, you get to watch them year upon year and grow.
Yeah.
That is exciting. You know, you do see sometimes a player comes in for a year or so and then they're gone
yeah,
later in their career or something, or picked up on a chance and brought in. But to see players come through like Middlesex have at the moment, that's an extremely exciting prospect and rewarding part of the job, isn't it? When you see youngsters come through and do well.
it really is. I mean, I've been lucky enough to be kind of filming interviews up at our academy for the last few years, and nice to see youngsters like Ishan Kaushal and Toby Greatwood making their way, and Doddy and Jack Davies. And I remember interviewing these kids a number of years ago when they were. It's a lovely
It's a
ball
great
from
ball again.
Souts. That really has turned nicely and sharply. Yeah, it's great to see them coming through, and the important thing now for the club in terms of its strategic direction, in terms of its where it goes as a club and where it grows, is just to make sure that production line and that pipeline of talent keeps flowing, because it's been phenomenally successful. I mean, 70% of the first 11 now are academy products. I think most clubs would bite your arm off for those kind of statistics.
Especially in these day and ages of finances. To turn
Yeah.
out your own.
Absolutely right, mate. Yeah, you're right. And I was up there not long ago, up in Finchley, with the team doing some filming of the academy, and it shows no sign of stopping. I promise you, there's some unbelievable talent up there. Some really good, talented kids up there. So I think there's exciting times ahead. Certainly the next 2 or 3 years, when that talent starts to break through. But it's hard, isn't it? I mean, you've got to find that blend of young talent, fresh talent, which is obviously going to be inexperienced, and balance that with some more experienced heads, which is where your Rockies and your Mertz and your Rojos and your Robbos really have to step up and work with those youngsters. For all viewers who won't have heard any of that, I'm just disciplining Mr. Kevin Hand, who seems to think it's funny to wind me up.
Does this mean I have to be nice to you now that we're working on the Middlesex stream?
Well, yeah, Kev, in fairness, you've always been nice to me.
Yeah.
You're one of the good guys.
Other than missing your wedding. And congratulations on that.
Thank
but
you, mate. Thank you very much. It was a long while in the coming. We got there in the end.
Congratulations to you and Loz this winter.
Thank you. It was a wonderful day. Yeah, the Reed Rooms over in Margaret Roding, over in Hertfordshire. Very, very nice. Good day. What I can remember of it.
So is that advertising in case you ever need it again? Get a
It is,
discount next
get-
time.
Get the plug in. Won't be needing it again, Kev.
Sorry, Loz.
Very good.
293 on the board here.
Isn't it lovely to see people back in the crowd?
Isn't it just?
It's so good. I did particularly enjoy the chap earlier who decided to feel one with his shin bone.
Is that the one that got knocked over?
Yeah, I do hope he's all right. He took a fair tumble.
I did
there.
see him around the back of the tent earlier. I think he was all right.
I
Having a
hope
walk,
so.
stretching out his leg.
Yeah,
That's going to
that's-
bruise up nicely this
That will,
evening.
he'll have an egg shape on his shin bone for a couple
Only
of days.
downside of the outgrounds. He can get taken out by a cricket ball.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that, Cameron Steele. What a nice lad Cam Steele is.
Former Middlesex boy. I don't think he actually played in the first 11, did he? I don't think he ever got. Maybe he got one go.
Yeah, I think he did. I think he made his first 11 debut. Nice kid as well.
Talking about ground stories, are we allowed to mention a certain cricket broadcaster and writer by the name of David Townsend?
Absolutely not.
Okay, fine.
Look, I mean,
It did also involve John Embry, and they are. This is, I mean, in how cricket's changed. Don't worry, I don't need to mention his name again. In how cricket's changed and how limited the resources were back then, there was basically the 11, maybe a 12 if you're lucky, and the coach.
yeah.
They were doing warm-ups in the morning with the mitt, throwing the ball back in above the stumps. They had to ask a member of the press tent, being a certain DT, can you just hold the glove?
Oh wow.
The throw came in and he missed it, and it thumped into a deck chair which had only been vacated seconds earlier by a lady well into her 90s. Embers had thumped this ball into this deck chair. Yeah, fortunately, everybody can laugh about it then and now.
Oh yeah.
But it was seconds from disaster.
Dear oh dear. It's amazing. Oh, it's a sharp turn again. It's amazing how many times you hear the phrase "seconds from disaster" in the same sentence as Dave Townsend.
Have you booked him for any of the streams this summer, Fletch?
I think I've lost his number. And if I find out, I'm pretty certain he'll be washing his hair on that day.
Much to the relief of the Surrey listenership.
Yeah, indeed. Hey, he's an acquired taste, DT. I do like the man. Still owes me a £5 from your wedding. Not that I've mentioned that too often.
Didn't he just grumble, just charge it to Vinny?
Yeah, he did. That's exactly what he did.
Then CEO of Middlesex, Miss Souter. Pushed away into the offside. It's got a gentle feel out there at the end of the day, hasn't it? Time in the middle.
It has.
For these two.
Slowing up.
Well, it's just time in the middle now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Burns missed out today on both occasions, but some good time for Steele and for Patel.
Do you make of Burns' hair then, Kev?
No comment, Fletch.
Yeah.
I've been told to take a diplomatic role in this
Yeah.
Middlesex employ today. So
That's twice. I don't think it's too bad, you know.
nice shot, just a single. There's a sweeper out there. I haven't seen it without the helmet off. Is it particularly?
He took his helmet off earlier and tripped over his hair. so it's long or anything. Well, no, do you think he's got that kind of Samson complex
Pete
going on now?
Hanscom's
If he
back
cuts it?
in 2 weeks. What are you
Yeah, I
expecting
know.
in the?
A hair off.
Yeah, well, that was what it was at Lords.
Yeah.
Had there ever been two captains at Lords, both with ponytails before? Was the question last year, wasn't it, when Burns and Hanscom faced off?
You'd be hard pressed to find a game. I mean, it wasn't Pelham Warner's gig, was it? A ponytail and. Can't imagine. I mean, Dennis Compton was more into his brill cream than his man bun.
I'm going to have to mention
Can't see
Gus
that.
again. Gus with the ponytail.
I can't see it.
Gat.
Yeah, no, I'm
Would have come
no.
closest to a ponytail in that great side of the 80s.
Ramps had a bit of a mullet for a while,
He did.
so I mean, Ramps could have. I mean, he could have put a little bit of elastic band on the base of his neck, and he'd have possibly created some kind of fluffy little tuft. So no, apart from Ramps, I can't think of anybody. Tuffers maybe. Tuffers had some
Tough as I
flowing
could
locks.
imagine him with locks in his early days.
Yeah, Tuffers all day long, I think.
I've got a feeling we're missing someone. I'm sure from that 80s side there was somebody who could perhaps have.
Hey, there we go. Selv.
Oh, Selv, yeah.
Selv had good hair.
He did.
I mean, he's lacking a bit these days, but he
It's
had
the president.
good
Reverence.
absolutely, yeah. Good hair. Selv.
Yeah, there you go. Self.
Yeah.
Maybe there was somebody I was thinking of that long locks at some time.
I think it was a thing back then, though, wasn't it? Back in the 70s and 80s.
Oh, that's a big pickup. Goodness
That's
me,
a
that's gone on an enormous.
Big slow. That was kind of the most pointless signalling of a 6 ever. As he's had to get a taxi to the neighbouring county to pick it up.
It was a huge 6.
That was massive.
Really just helped on its way. 300 up as well for Surrey.
Yeah, there was nothing in
102
there,
on
was
the
there?
board.
It was just pure timing. Just literally, you're right. Just kind of helped it around. Beautiful shot.
Nick Gubbins used to play it a lot, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
He actually played it off more of a length, sometimes from outside off,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
did away with the shot, sadly. Always enjoyed that one. We're allowed to mention Gubbo still.
Yeah, of course we are. Gubbo, popular lad in the dressing room. I think players,
Get him back one day.
players come, players leave. It's part of the game, isn't it?
Players Player of the Year in 2016.
Yeah. Yeah, he was. Yeah, look,
He'll be back one day.
look, I mean,
I'm working on it.
Gubbo leaving was a shock to a lot of people. But if you think about it, statistically, Gubbo hadn't hit the heights of 2016 in any of the last 5 years.
No, he said he wanted a fresh start, didn't he?
And I think it probably did him good. I spent a lot of time looking at his averages when he left, when I had to write the announcement of his departure. And you can, the more you look at it, the more you can see it. When you actually start to look at the stats, he wasn't in great form. I mean, I think he'd average kind of less than 20 in 3 of those years.
That's it. We're done.
I think we've got
Umpires have called it for light.
Dark, Kev.
They have. They've flicked off the bails. Haven't removed the stumps just yet, so but they'll be optimistic to get them back on. You can see how bright it is on that far side. The lights. The players make their way off. Umpire Long having a chat there with Robbie White and Nathan Souter to his left. To his right, the left as we look. Toby Greatwood following along behind. He's had a good day with the ball today. There you can see those lights glinting away on the scoreboard on the far side. Has just got particularly gloomy from first when he sat down. It's not that it's your fault, but
No.
from first when he sat down to now, it has been particularly gloomy light. Blake Cullen and Jack Davis in the background there. And Burns first to go today for naught. Smith for 5, Patel 85, Jack 7, Curran 9, Steele 53, Clark 10, Overton 52, retired out, McCurr 18, retired out, and then Burns bowled Bamber for 10, Smith 21, Jack's 15. Those bowling figures: 3 for 45, Ethan Bamber, 6 maidens in his 17. Good stuff from him. Ronan Jones 1 for 44 from 11. Toby Greatwood none for 57 from 15. He was unlucky. Patel was dropped at point by Holden. Cullen 1 for 62 from 16, 1 maiden, and South 2 for 53 from 19 with 4 maidens, 1 for 8 Holden from 1 over, and none for 28 from 6 Sam Robson.
No, I'd be surprised.
perfect ponytail material. Go on, Fletch,
Yeah.
take it away.
Just had a picture sent in from Chris Goldie, one of our board directors, of Mike Selvey in the 70s. And I mean, look, you yourself could fit into the Bay City Rollers there. That's exceptional. Goldie, thank you very much. That's perfect. One of our crew have just asked what's the obsession I have with hair. It's because I have none myself. It's just envy and jealousy.
Yeah, the stumps are still out there, but it's very difficult to imagine we'll get back at all today. Now 5:45. I think it's pretty comfortable to say that's going to be the close for day one of it. Scoreboards are set to our both sides. That's the signal. Never mind the stumps. The scoreboard's gone.
It's normally the signal when you just see the umpire drive out the car park.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that in frustration at the commentary as well?
Feasibly so. I'd say the smart money's on that being stumps, but the stumps do stay in out there in the middle. But that I think would be a fairly optimistic call to suggest we're going back out in this.
Fletch, thanks very much. Thanks to everybody who's joined us on the stream today and tuned in wherever you've tuned in around the world to the stream. We'll be back in the morning at just before 11 to pick up day 2 here. Middlesex batting tomorrow. Surrey racking up some runs today, but Middlesex racking up the wickets as well. Good day. Happy day on the stream, Fletch?
Yeah, very much so. Kevin, thanks to you. I think it's been very entertaining. It's been really good to get some good guests on today. Chief Exec kicked things off this morning.
Highlights of tomorrow on the guest list.
Whew, yeah. Well, we've got more guests coming tomorrow.
So in the highlight tomorrow?
Highlight tomorrow. That's a tough call. You see, I'm gonna upset some and not
Sit
others
on the
really.
fence. So it's another
I'm
star-studded affair.
sitting bang on the fence there, Kev. But
Well
no, we've got some goodies up tomorrow, which will be nice. We'll hopefully get Richard Johnson, first team coach, out.
There you go. That's what we wanted to hear. Hasn't
Absolutely
had his press conference yet, has he? He's
No, he
getting it
hasn't.
tomorrow.
Nick Latham of Merchant Taylors School coming on to talk about the fundraising that's around a huge project that's going on here. Building a brand new facility at the school, which Middlesex will benefit from. So that's something that's of particular interest to us. We've got Carrie Carswell coming on to talk about women's cricket. Danny Warren talking about Sunrisers. And if that's all too much for you, we can knock you down a peg or two and get Gus back on.
No, I'm not.
Kev, thanks to you. Very good day's stream. I do think that's it. We'll probably knock that on the head. I'll leave you to wrap up, but thank
Brilliant.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks all for watching.
Thanks, Fletch. We shall see you all in the morning. Yeah, it's been a good day here at Merchant Taylors. The weather's played its part, crucially, but so are both sides. Pretty competitive all the way throughout. Just perhaps at the end, a little bit of time is being played out by those Surrey batsmen just to make sure that they had time out in the middle, and quite rightly so. This season, the highlight for Surrey today, of course, Patel's 85, 52 from Overton, 53 from Steele, but 303 on the boards. Surrey, and 3 wickets, for Bamber, 1 for Ronan Jones, 1 for Cullen, 2 for Souter, and 1 for Holden. A good day with the ball for Middlesex as well. Join us back at just before 11 in the morning on the Middlesex Live and Enhanced stream for full coverage of day 2.